Hello, hello. Please call off the search. I know you're already putting my face on milk cartons, especially you, Lagmeister. I know that's what you're doing. Don't tell the police. To call off the search and rescue. I am a few minutes late. I do apologize, but I am okay. I'm safe and sound. And here we go. Hello, Denise. First one, number one. You're number one. Congratulations, Denise. Is that a first? That might be a first. The video quality on this camera bothers me. I'm sorry, I know this is something I'm supposed to do like on my own or on my own time here, but poor Baldric, nowhere to be seen. Hello. Oh, Eliza steals the crown and Denise steals it back. Oh, we've got a to and fro going on here. But hello, Eliza. Hey, and there's Macro. Hello. It's a good thing you joined, Macro. It was turning into whatever the inverse of a sausage fest is. Okay, you know what? Nah. Because I just realized that actually is a very... it's a really crass way of saying dudes. So we don't need a crass way of saying ladies. It's fantastic. But welcome, one and all. Macro, good to see you again. Like I said, you'd gone MIA for so long. I was worried about you, so I'm glad you're okay and back. But yeah, this video, gosh, it's just bothering the dickens out of me. Because here's the thing, when I do the videos for the retro games where I'm using the other camera, my old Canon, Canon 70D from like 15 years ago, the lighting looks great, the color looks great. The focus looks great. This looks all fuzzy and washed out. And I'm like, why? Pourquoi, camera? Pourquoi? I hope that's French for why. Otherwise, I might be saying something grossly offensive. You know what? All right, let's see here. Color correction. All right, that helps a little bit. Color key. Well, that's important. Crop pad, that's fine, I guess. That might be a little better. Still, it just looks fuzzy. Maybe that's stream, because I don't stream with the other camera, so maybe this is a streaming limitation. I don't know. Anyway, let's get on with the show. Don't need to be talking about this nonsense. My men went to Muffin Parade. Wait, what? Wait, hold on a second. Let me bring this over here. Pop out the chat. Whee! Live chat, not top chat. Here we go. All right. Cat fight? Not really. We're sisters, really. No, not cat fight. No, not cat fight at all. It was just like, so again, that term sausage party, it just means a congregation of dudes, like, and usually in a negative way. It's like, oh man, it's a sausage party, meaning there's a bunch of testosterone in here and there's no ladies. So for the first time ever, I think perhaps on a channel like mine, or certainly on my channel, there were more gals in chat than there were guys. I mean, there's really only two gals in this community, by and large. Not even by and large, just period. There's Denise and there's Eliza. So we had our entire retinue of gals out in force, and then Macro jumped in as the sole fella. And like I said, usually it's not that. It's the dynamics break down much differently, is what I'm saying. Usually. Mostly. And there's nothing wrong with either one. There's nothing wrong with either one. I think a mix is great, but yeah, certainly not implying a cat fight. Although Denise, I mean, I think you're particularly disposed to, if there was going to be a fight of any kind, it would be a cat fight. If you were going to be in any kind of fight, it would be a cat fight. Not because it has anything to do with feminine or feline or anything like that, but just because you like cats so much. And Eliza, it would be, I guess, a dog fight for you because you hate cats. But muffin parade. Huh. Muffin. I probably shouldn't think too deeply about the implications of that or what that actually means or the visual there. So I'm seeing Batman in the thumbnail. What is today's topic? Well, Macro, it was the banner of the, daggone it. I got the cut. Hang on a second. It just bothers me. It's embarrassing that somebody, again, I'm not a film guy per se, but somebody with my level of experience has such a crappy looking presentation. It bothers me. Okay, I'm good with that now. Now my hands are not cut off obscenely. Okay, all right, we're good now. So the topic, and again, I came up with the topic only because it's a place to launch out from, and it says what the heck is respect? Because the question that I have on my mind, and hopefully you guys can answer because I don't have an answer. That's why I'm asking the question. What is the difference if I say I respect your opinion? Or if I'm in my head, if I respect your opinion or I don't respect your opinion, either way, I'm going to just say, agree to disagree. Like if you have an opinion that is directly opposed to mine, I'm not going to say you're an idiot. I'm not going to say, oh, you're a stupid poo-poo head, or you're an idiot, or you deserve to die, or anything like that. I'm just going to say, all right, we agree to disagree. But in my mind, that doesn't mean that I respect your opinion. I don't think just because an opinion is presented, I'm required or anyone's required to respect it. I think respect comes from whether it's a well-formulated, well-thought-out opinion. It may be wrong. It may not agree with my opinion, but it at least needs to be well thought out and presented. If it's this cockamamie thing that you just pulled from your butt, I don't think that there's any need to respect it. But the key point is, because people are always like, oh, we need to respect each other's opinions. Okay, well, what's the difference functionally? Whether I respect your opinion or not, how does it manifest? Like, what's the difference? Especially in online discourse where you may not have a verbal or physical reaction. You're not going to see like an eye roll or something. Maybe that's it. Maybe as long as you're not doing the eye roll emoji, it means that you're respecting that person's opinion. But here's the catch. Are two very different things. Exactly. Yes. But see, but here's the question, Macro. Here's the question. So obviously there are going to be times where opinions really don't matter, like pineapple on pizza. We joke about it, but really whether or not I agree with it, I don't think is a matter of me thinking you have a wrong opinion. There's no accounting for taste. I mean, that's often said with a derogatory slant, but the fact remains, we don't get to determine what we like. If you like cilantro, you didn't decide one day, hey, I've tasted cilantro and I've decided I'm going to enjoy it. You just taste it and we're like, oh, I like that flavor. I like what it adds to the food. For somebody like me, I taste it and I go, oh gosh, get it out away from my food. I didn't decide not to like cilantro. In fact, it's not in my best interest because they put it in gosh darn everything these days. But it's just the way it is. And so my opinion is, if somebody likes cilantro, I don't disregard their opinion. I don't disrespect their opinion. I don't think there's anything wrong with their opinion because it's literally a matter of opinion. It's a matter of taste that you really don't have any control over. But think of it this way. If you have an opinion on topic A and you have somebody who has a diametrically opposed opinion, meaning it is the antithesis of your opinion. You don't agree with that opinion because you don't think it's correct. If you did think it was correct, it would be your opinion. So you think there is something incorrect or invalid about that opinion. How do you respect an opinion that you, by virtue of your own opinion, have decided is an idiotic, ridiculous, or just at best misguided or misdirected opinion? Because again, if you thought it was valid, if you thought it had any credibility, it would be your opinion, but it's not. And in fact, in this case, in this hypothetical, you have the exact opposite opinion, which means you think the exact opposite of what that opinion is. So if I'm having a conversation with somebody, I can't honestly expect that they truly respect whatever that means, whatever that actually means, that they respect my opinion, because if they did, they would hold it, or they would not hold so desperately onto their own opinion. They may say, oh, that's, I get it. I mean, I feel this way, or I've kind of landed this way, but I don't. Anyway, that's the preamble. That's the essence. So let's see what y'all have to say. And so, yeah, the Batman was just there because when it came to my mind, like the idea of being respectful, of saying that you respect something, but metaphorically or literally backhanding somebody for it. I just like that. It just that image popped in my head. It's a meme. It's a probably arguably played out meme, but that's the only reason why it's there. I was just thinking, what would indicate a juxtaposition of I respect your opinion, but I also don't respect it. And I think it's Batman slapping the crap out of Robin while saying, I respect your opinion, Dick. And it just happens that Dick Grayson, oh, no spoilers, Dick Grayson is Robin, or one of the 25 Robins, that his name is also used as an insult. So, I respect your opinion, Dick, while slapping him. He's like, oh, thanks, Bruce. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Macro, she is my age. We are of the same generation. I just woke up, had a migraine this afternoon, so spent most. Oh, that is. I'm sorry, Denise. I mean, I haven't had a migraine in a long time, but I've had even just a headache. It's like migraines are a whole other thing. Your eyes hurt, everything hurts. I mean, it's a whole other thing. But just a regular headache can be debilitating enough. Like, I mean, I got one. Yeah, I had 3 hours essentially of productive time left in the day yesterday. And I just had this kind of like a throbbing back of the head headache. And it was just made just doing anything but laying down and closing your eyes miserable. So I can only imagine a migraine. Yeah, I was going to ask if it's gone as well. I mean, you said had, so I think so. Hey, Beowulf, what's going on? Hello, sir. Welcome. Honestly, Beowulf, I have at the beginning of each week, when I think about like, okay, is this Friday going to be the one? Because in my mind, I'm going, I still want to, like, look, I see the numbers and I know that despite, people saying, hey, you end up just talking anyway, let's just talk, that Fridays probably, I can talk on my own time really, but Friday probably should involve gaming of some kind. And as we talked about, it would be Eternals, at least for the time being. But I have not been able to square myself away. Things have been kind of hectic, but in a really lethargic and moving through molasses kind of sense. It's not like there's a lot going on. I'm just very sluggish and moving through it. So I've meant to reach out to you and Denise when I actually have a sense that, okay, I'm ready to jump into the Discord, the conversation, everything, and trying to actually focus on Eternals, because I don't want to get into Eternals and spend your time like explaining the game to me and my head's off in a million different places. So I appreciate you showing up and everything. But trust me that each week I'm thinking about it. So next Friday I'm thinking is going to be the one. Like, I'm going to get my head on straight. I'm going to get focused. I'm going to hunker down. And if you and or Denise are available, next Friday, same time here, I'd like to do the Eternals thing. And like, I can have you, we can jump in a room on Discord, and you can y'all can walk me/us, people who are interested in the game, through it, explaining the nuances and the decks and that kind of thing, getting us low down for a few hours. And I think that'll be a great time. But like I said, I wanted to have my head on straight when I did it. And right now, as you can probably tell, my head is decidedly not on straight. It's located where it needs to be, the general vicinity, but it is decidedly not. It's resting there precariously. Maybe the word acknowledge is a better one for the circumstance. No, I like that. Now, see, and this is the thing. People, a lot of times things come down to semantics, but I like that because because I think as much as there are semantics, there are distinctions with the words we use. So acknowledge, I like that, Denise. I think you're on the money with that. That resonates more than respect. So to respect or to acknowledge someone else's opinion, to say, okay, I hear you. Like, I mean, because that is the thing. I mean, there are people, now I'm not one of them necessarily, but there are people, and I guess maybe at certain times I am, but there are people who just want to be heard, and to give them the opportunity to speak, to put forth their opinion, and for people to hear it, and maybe it's not automatically going, well, your opinion sucks, which goes back to the whole, if you don't have anything nice to say. Like, I mean, when I worked in corporate job, there were plenty of people there that had no problem expressing what I would consider to be contentious opinions. In fact, you find groups of people that are very willing to say things that they know damn well is divisive, controversial. It's certainly not a general thing. It's not a whatever. It is specifically there as a divisive deal. It's there to either stir up contention or to get people to agree with them, or whatever the reason is. There are people who have no problem doing that. And I've quickly learned that unless I'm directly in that situation where I am not in agreement with what they're saying, unless I am directly asked for my opinion, I'm better off just letting it ride. Because I wasn't going to talk about it at work anyway. I didn't think that was the right place, or I didn't want to bring it into the group discussion anyway, because I didn't see it having any benefit. So me needing to voice my opinion, to be like, oh, well, let me say what I want to say, it's just going to feed into that contention and strife. So I don't need to express my opinion. If you don't have anything nice to say, which in this case, because I'd be disagreeing with something that they value, would not be nice. And I don't need to stand up for it randomly at different points. So, but understanding that there are times where people like just letting somebody say their opinion without having to say you're wrong or I disagree. Maybe that's a step beyond acknowledgement, where you're just going, huh, okay. And I know I've been on the other side of that, where I've kind of let my tongue get a little bit loose and I've maybe said a little bit more than I wanted to say. And I kind of look over and the other person's like, I hear you, man. I hear you. And it's like, that's the most chill thing you can do, because he's not saying he agrees with me. He's not saying, oh yeah, man, me too, and jumping on that. But he's also not saying what I think is going through his head. And later on, as I think back on that person and what we were talking about, probably disagreed with me, maybe not vehemently, but certainly disagreed to some degree. But that very chill way of going, I hear you, man. Yeah. It's non-committal. He's not saying he agrees with it, but I felt like he listened to it and he didn't just go, oh, you're a horrible, stupid person. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It was just a very chill kind of take it. Okay. So I think that may be spot on there, Denise. Maybe what we're talking about, all this talk about RESPECT. Now, of course, there is such a thing as respect. Although again, I would broaden this out beyond just opinions to general, like, oh, you don't respect me as a person. How is that manifest? I mean, there's obvious ways to disrespect somebody, but it's just like being inclusive versus exclusive. If I don't invite everybody to my party, I'm not being exclusive. I'm not excluding 1 billion people or 7 billion people in the world who didn't get an invite to my party. I'm being inclusive, but not necessarily exclusive. Like I'm only incorporating certain people, but not to the exclusion. It just simply isn't feasible. It's not needed, but I'm not doing that to exclude people. So I think you can, maybe there's a gray area between, okay, I'm not disrespecting you. And so by default, it would seem that I am in a way respecting you because there's a lack of disrespect, but how to manifest, or how I would manifest respect beyond just not being disrespectful, which I feel is pretty easy to do. It's easy to not be disrespectful. I mean, is there a way to sign it? But okay, so I like that. Let me yes, it's 2 gals and a horde of Vikings. Yar! Or pirates, apparently. Yes, Eliza, it is gone now. I slept the migraine off. Nice. Sleep is useful for a lot of things. Getting rid of migraines is definitely one of them. If you can fall asleep. Sometimes migraines will keep you up, which is like the worst thing. You're like, all I need to do is rest. And the migraine's like, nope, I will not let you rest. Don't delve too much into the muffin parade analogy. I shan't, Eliza, I shan't. If only because at this age, if my mind cannot construct the analogy or the visual with the words, I'm probably just not up to the task. That said, I was to my horror that I found out that there are many, 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 many things, usually of a sexual nature, that I've never heard, terms I've never heard, that we were at a Super Bowl party many years ago. And, we were all sitting around having drinks and stuff, and people were just laughing and talking. They threw out some term, and I was like, what the heck is that? And they all just kind of stopped and looked at me like, you're kidding, right? And I'm like, no, what the heck is that? What is it called? An Eskimo party or something? Don't look it up. I don't even know if that was it, but the particular thing had something to do with that. And then there was a blue something or other, or a cup, or I don't know. I don't remember any of it. All I remember is they were very random, seeming like they would make great anime series titles because they just don't make a whole lot of sense. They're kind of disparate ideas, all kind of cobbled together. And you go, what the heck is Twilight Symphony of Sorrow and Ashes? It's like, okay, well, you're just making crap up now. That's fine. It sounds nice. These do not sound nice. There was something about them that told you they were not on the up and up, but I didn't know what they were. And so, but apparently that invited a whole litany of, well, have you ever heard of this? Have you heard of this? Oh, don't look that up. Don't look that up on your browser. I'm like, what is it? But I was like, I'm freaking, I think it was in my 30s. I was like, I'm 35 years old. How is it that even my exposure in the public school systems and to TV and, yes, to some degree, random and scattered dabblings with pornography, it has happened. I don't champion that. I don't advise it. I don't recommend it, and I do not stand by it. But that is not to say that these eyes have not gone there. If nothing else, out of curiosity. I never had sex ed. I was kind of curious what everything looked like. But anyway, that's a whole other topic. Yeah, just how many words and phrases I had no clue about and couldn't even figure out from context what the heck they meant. And when they told me what some of those things meant, I was appalled and dismayed and disgusted that humanity actually has those in their vocabulary. Oh, now Beowulf. Now that's not fair. That's hitting below the belt, sir. That is no. Boo. I do not accept that. Beowulf, I take it back. We're not having this. I don't respect your opinion. I should not have to sit there for 2.5 minutes while someone fiddles around with their little combo-y thing. Like, look, I love the Relentless Raider combo. I thought it was a lot of fun. But if somebody wanted to nope out, well, actually, I don't think you could you? Wasn't that one of the cruel things about the Relentless Raider combo? You couldn't, once that was started, you could not actually click out of it. You had to let it play out. I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I think there was another combo like that as well, which is kind of dirty. Like, to make somebody sit there and for literally 30 seconds, I think, 20 or 30 seconds, just watch their health being chipped down after more than likely they had you dead to rights the next turn within 5 points of damage. You should not have to sit there and watch yourself be massacred. You especially if you're climbing the ladder, man, you got to get back out there, get back on that horse. What you're saying is when you fall off the horse, you got to sit there and have the horse stamp all over you, wipe its butt on your face, and then get up and get back on the horse. No, sir. I believe that you are, no, that is harmful opinions. Of all the times for Beowulf to chime in, he has to come in with that bit of grr. Hey, Dano, what's going on? How the heck are you? Good to see you again, my friend. People who initially detested pineapple on pizza tried tasting it and they actually liked it, so pineapple on pizza is the exception here. Well, Macro, you were watching back in the day. You saw I did order pineapple on pizza. I did eat it on stream, and I was physically ill because of it. I barely got through it. I almost passed out. It was so god-awful disgusting. And here's the crappy thing. I literally, well, I don't think I need to use it. It is literally, but I genuinely, there we go. That's the right word. I genuinely wanted to like it. I was going to have a conversion. I was going to have a come to pineapple on pizza Jesus moment. I was going to be like, you know what? This actually isn't the worst thing. And it'd be like, oh yeah, he's come over. Oh yeah. And of course, Big Hein would be like, what do I have to make fun of him now? But like, it wasn't the case. It was genuinely disgusting. I mean, not like cilantro disgusting. Like if you put a bowl of cilantro next to a slice of pineapple on pineapple pizza, I would eat the pineapple on pizza. Partially because I could pluck off but you can't because pineapple pees all over the pizza. It leaves its juices all over the pizza. You pluck the pineapple off, you're still going to taste the pineapple. And to be fair, I don't particularly like ham as a topping. So, or bacon, really. I do enjoy a good pork chop. And I like bacon and eggs and stuff, but bacon and ham on a pizza is ridiculous. It's horrible. So already there, and that's usually what gets coupled with pineapple. So anyway, my point being, I am definitive proof that you can be open-minded about pineapple on pizza. You can be the most open-minded person, which I am, in fact, and try it out and taste that it is not good and be repulsed. All right, Beowulf, that sounds good. Yeah, man. Yeah, so next Friday. I mean, I say tentative, but I'm not really tentative. So since I've got you here, Denise, you're here, I think still. If y'all are down, we don't have to start at 3:00 if that's too early. Like the time when this stream starts, if that's too early for y'all, let me know. Maybe we'll start at 4 my time, which would be an hour later for you guys. And we'll dive into it. I will make sure that my head is in the game and I'm eager to delve into these, learn the cards and get into that. Saying let's agree to differ is probably better. Respect is overused as it is used to diffuse tension caused by different viewpoints. Yeah. And see, and that's a bummer because then it makes it cheapens respect. It cheapens what that means and how that manifests, and it makes it seem like something that is just literally going, okay, whatever, all that's respect, or it's demanding more than that, which I don't think is necessarily fair. Because again, if I don't, I just find it difficult to reconcile the idea that I've considered what you hold as your opinion, not anybody in particular here, what you hold as your opinion, and I've thought about it and gone, no, I don't agree with that, and here's why. How much respect can I truly have for it if I've already discarded it in my head? And chances are, if it's something tied to values, it's not going to be something that I'm really going to be iffy or wishy-washy about. I mean, there are plenty of opinions that I have or thoughts that I have now that I will readily admit are very, they're in their infancy. So I'm going, okay, I could kind of go either way. I see it this way, but maybe like when people started saying Tom Brady is the GOAT, there's probably nobody in here, maybe Dano, I don't know, but who follow American football, but growing up, Joe Montana was the GOAT. When you talked about quarterbacks in the NFL, historically, there were names. There were plenty of names, good names in the conversation, good stats. Joe Montana was unquestionably the GOAT. Like him or not, which, I mean, the guy was pretty likable. No controversy, nothing crazy. But then Tom Brady came along and started breaking all kinds of records and surpassing the stats that made Joe Montana the GOAT. And so even though I grew up with him as the GOAT, I'm going to say that word like 50 more times, although, and I was used to, I became accustomed to acknowledging Joe Montana as the GOAT, and he was my guy because I grew up when he was playing. So he was the guy. Tom Brady pretty much started playing when I stopped watching football. So he's a nobody. But so my opinion has changed gradually, and I've begrudgingly accepted that the torch has been passed and there is another GOAT. And there might be, Mahomes might be the new one, or whoever the new flavor is. I don't know. The NFL is off the rails anymore. But, But it's things like that where I'm like, okay, I wouldn't disrespect somebody's opinion if they said Dan Marino, because Dan Marino had great stats, had a great career, just didn't have certain things. But, so there's going to be things where it's like either because I'm flexible or because I think the topic itself is subjective enough that there's a lot of wiggle room. As long as you present a well thought out, cogent argument or, express your opinion in such a way that it makes sense, even if the premise it's based on if only it's based on a premise that maybe I may or may not accept, but based on that premise, if we accept that premise, then that opinion is more valid. There's plenty of ways to go with it, but then there's just times where you're going, nah, but let's see. If Schwartz plays it on stream, I'll give it a go. Wow, that's a lot of pressure, Dano, but already got Mythic and Magic. Wait a minute. And you still got a week left. Holy, and that is the end all, right, Dano? Mythic is the top echelon. That's the big one. What do you? I asked this already. I asked this last time. What are you running? Is this? I think you told me it's. You're one of those black and blue players, right? This is one of those turn 3 board wipe or win condition decks. Is that right? Looking at the Batman Slaps origin, it's complicated. Over to you, Schwartz. Well, no, so that's the thing. I was going to look that up because when I got the picture, it actually, had a green background that you could key out so you could put it anywhere, and it was like the origin of the Batman Slap meme, and I was like, you know what, I just don't have the time, but yeah, but I mean, I think it is actually from an issue, but it looks like either Robin or probably Batman was brainwashed or something, or having to put on an act or something. It probably was not legitimately Bruce Wayne in his right mind smacking Dick Grayson, who's also in his right mind, because they disagree about something. That's probably not, but it's just hilarious to see Batman smacking his, Ward around. But I can be number 1 in Eternal 2. Oh, gauntlet thrown down. But yeah, so Dano, yeah, if you want to tune in next Friday, we'll be taking a gander at Eternals. I don't know if it'll be the whole stream or most of it or however much, but at least an hour or two of looking into Eternals, so you can at least get an idea if it's something that you want to jump into, and then you can be bilingual or whatever the gaming equivalent of, like I'm multi-system. Although, honestly, it's mostly Nintendo stuff, but like I'm proficient on a variety of game systems. I can function pretty much as well on Mac as I can on PC. That's not a brag, really. I'm just saying you have that dual thing, so you can be great at Magic and okay at Eternals, because guys like Beowulf and me are gonna tear it up, and Denise, of course, Denise. Dano would be great if Eternal Beowulf, and wish Eros would try it as well. Yeah, I hope the case is that they haven't tried it versus tried it and gone nah. Like I said, I know the artwork wasn't necessarily what a lot of people liked, but it is very similar to Magic. It really is. I think it leans more towards Magic mechanics than Legends. Actually, quite a bit more, but it's not quite Magic. It's very, very close in a lot of ways, but not quite there. So I think if you really dig on Magic, you'd probably dig on Eternals. That said, if it's got to be different enough that it works for me, because like I said, Magic and we had a fling. We had a great 2 or 3 months together, and I've got the baggage to show. I've got cards, lots of cards from that fling. But ultimately, it wasn't a relationship meant to be. We just are two very different entities. Me as a person, and Magic on its fundamental level. And I think we talked about this before, and Kui was on here and mentioned it. I think the dynamics of games are much different, digital versus impersonal. But that's a tangent I can get on once I catch up with chat, if that ever happens. So here we go. Eternal has a longer path to get really competitive, unless you spend money, of course. But I like that. Right? Okay. And I think that was the same with Legends, right? Kind of. Maybe Legends gave you a little bit more with the free content, and then you just had to grind for the gems and such. Because if I'm not mistaken, like you can't really grind for the things that you need. I missed the window. I missed the new release thing where you get it for free for like a week, and then after that you have to pay for it. But like those things, I think you have to pay with real currency. You can't earn the currency needed to unlock those things. So I don't know, but yeah, I enjoyed Legends better when I didn't fully understand the game, and when I had decks that I had to cobble together that weren't optimized, because I didn't expect to win. Anytime I got a win with my item Battle Mage deck, it was a good day. I was thrilling, because I wasn't expecting to. I still didn't really know exactly what I was doing, and I was limited by the cards that I had. So I wasn't going, okay, I have all the cards to pick from. Let me make what I think is the best deck, because when I do that, I face plant. So I was just throwing stuff together, and some of it should never have gone together, but it was still fun. And I was just happy to steal a win here and there. Once I got better at the game and understood it better, and started having the ability to pick and choose what cards I had, and able to play decks that people recommended to me, and I still lost, that's when I started getting frustrated with myself. Yeah, the rotations. That's one thing. I can't remember who somebody liked it, but or made a good case for it, but I was like, that was kind of one of the things I didn't like about Magic, the fact that you could, especially the physical game, but even in this, because it's in-game currency, but it's still finite. You still have to earn it by playing and doing other things. So you have this in-game currency that you spend on cards. And unlike Legends with, 3,000, 3,800 cards, whatever it was, with Magic, especially depending what part of the season you come in on, or what part of the rotation, you could spend all your gems or all your stuff on these cards, and you put this deck together, your dream deck, and you love it. And the next thing you know, 50% of your deck is no longer viable. It's not going to be rotation for another 3 years or whatever it is. And so, yeah, it does keep the game fresh, but it also can be very frustrating, especially if you don't have a lot of options. Like if you've been collecting long enough that you've got cards that were out of the rotation, the last rotation, and that might be coming back into circulation, you've always got life, you've always got blood flowing through your deck, But if you're just starting out and all you have is what's good right now. Now I know they did, what is it? The newest, I can't even remember what it's called now. It's been a while. But the newest set that they released, actual Magic set, not expanded universe, I think they said that's going to be good for 4 years. And I think we're at least a year, maybe 2 into that now. So you've got at least 2 more years with those cards that you can play with. But then those are going to be cycled out. So anybody who got used to those eventually is going to have to completely get a whole new deck and spend whatever resources, whether it's real money or in-game currency, to either refurbish that deck and get it back up to working order, or just scrap it all together because it's no longer viable without those particular cards. But anyway, World's Finest 153. It's a what if type story. See, there you go. That makes sense. That's what you'd expect, right? That it's kind of a quirky thing. On a side note, if you haven't played Skyrim Endirial, is that the word? Is there a typo there? Is it really called Endir? Well, here we go. Here's the reason why I'm doing this and not playing a game right now, because we have things like this that pop up. And let's see. Skyrim Endirial or Enderal. Interesting. Shards of Order. You're out of order. No, your shards are out of order. Shards. And Enderal has made Skyrim obsolete for me by bringing. Enderal has much better build diversity and challenge than Skyrim. What the heck is it? Is a total conversion mod of the Elder Scrolls Skyrim, developed by Sure AI as a sequel to Nehrim at Fate's Edge. After 5 years of development, it was released on. In Germany, in German only. Okay, there you go. I was about to say, Beowulf, what are you doing here? Teasing us with some new Skyrim material, but it's only for the Germans. Which, granted, we have quite a few of them in this community, but still. If it came out in 2016, why are we just now hearing about it? Like, what have I Forgotten Stories Special Edition? It's a total conversion mod for Skyrim Special Edition. It offers an immersive open world, new skill system and gameplay with a dark psychological storyline and believable characters. As he features a new rendering engine, improved lighting, performance. That sounds awesome. I mean, that sounds really awesome. Like, probably won't do anything else with my life for like a month kind of awesome. When did that post? So you played it, Beowulf. Let's see. What are they charging for this? Community made mod. All right. So if you're one of the charmed individuals who can actually get Skyrim to play on your PC through Steam, which I cannot, then yeah, it seems like you could just download this. Yeah, and it's free. So it's free. It's free. Well, there you go. I mean, it sounds like a heck of an endorsement. Well, it sounds like a heck of a thing. Beowulf is endorsing it. And just looking at the.
You grieve. But that's
just looking at the face. I gotta say, it doesn't look.
You accept. You suffer.
Tara always called it her black fog. On her bad days, she wouldn't even leave her bed.
See, okay, yeah, not the
staring
horrific
at the
faces that we're usually beset with in Skyrim.
The world needs people like me.
That always works. Cover up most of the face. Can't go wrong there. Oh, we got zombies. It looks like
self-righteous idiots.
I mean, can't really have a franchise without zombies, right?
But some
the Drogs, Drift, whatever they're called. They weren't enough. We got to go zombies.
So you look.
Zombify everything. Why not?
Imagine there's a way not to just see, but to travel.
I can't. I forgot to put my earbuds in, so I'm actually just watching.
Hopefully, wouldn't have to stay hypothetical.
It's just that her last letter scared me. It sounded so final, as if she was walking towards an abyss.
Northern Lights.
Very nice. Who were these people? Some kind of cult?
I like grottos like that. That's pretty. Is that?
Is a monster if there
I'm thinking, what's his name? The
when I was a child, he abducted
Ashcan Defender or whatever it was called. The 5/4 with breakthrough, +1 for slays and pilfer.
And I'm coming for
I'm getting strong Ashcan vibes, I believe. Or Ashkan. It can't be Ashcan, right? That just sounds lame. It's got to be Ashkan, Oshkosh, Bagosh, Ashkan. Oh.
One day, they burst open.
It worked. That's Yoda without the ears.
No.
If you ever want to know what Yoda looked like without the ears, that's him right there. Gosh, this is a heck of a trailer.
This is our chance to finally do something.
Sorry, I'm talking over it. I don't know if this is
This is it, Tara.
take your channel
This is
down
what you
type
gave
stuff.
me up for.
So it's true, Theral. You're
In fact, I should probably skip ahead real quick and see.
Just like
Okay, it
Sister
doesn't look
Pride
like
did. So what do I think?
Oh, it was being dramatic. It's like, is that the end?
I pity you.
Oh no!
The human
Don't shoot the messenger.
is a
What the heck?
sickness.
They Ken dolled him. I'm not complaining
have a
necessarily. I'm
cure.
not looking to see genitals on my games, but that's kind of the heck. Wow. I mean that's overt Ken doll treatment right there. Poor fellow. It's not enough that he got strung up by a bunch of post-it notes. The man has no genitalia. But Elijah, thank you for the context. So, World's Finest Comics 153. I might look that. You know what? Well, no. Here's the thing. There used to be a few sites where you could actually read the comics online, not download them. You couldn't even download an image, but you could at least read them. But there is so much nasty pop-up stuff that comes out. I'm not even going to bother with it. It's not worth it. And it's pretty hard to find comics you can actually read through without doing torrents and stuff like that, which we're not going to get into here. So otherwise I'd pop that up and we could actually see it in context, but got derailed there. Baldrick, hello. Any gaming tonight? Doesn't seem to be late enough for that. Usually if you're gaming with the fellas or the guys and gals that you're real friends, usually when you're doing that, you pop in closer to 6 or 5:36. So I hope your day was great anyway, even if you didn't get to game. Let's see. And a nice round of welcomes for Baldrick. I love that. That makes me so happy. I see somebody come into chat and they're like, hello, and everybody's like, hey, how you doing? It's so inviting. Denise, people like sameness because it feels safe. Instinct that goes back to the cave when fitting in equaled survival as safety in numbers. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's, I mean, 100% agree, which makes it all the more peculiar, the push in the modern time to squish everybody together. It's like, oh, we're going to be all under one banner, it's like, no. People have and always will be divided for a reason. And sometimes it's superficial. Sometimes it's a misunderstanding. Sometimes it's something that really shouldn't be divisive. And sometimes it's legitimate. Your way of life and mine the coexisting is not a thing. Like the way you live your life is diametrically opposed to the way I live mine. Your values are not my values. We may have certain values that overlap, but many of them don't. But yet we're being told, get along. And it's like, well, and the more you have to compromise, the more you have to discard things that you value or things that you believe in, or push those to the side for the sake of the collective. The more bitter, the more marginalized, and the more watered down everything becomes, instead of just going, okay, hey, you want to experience this? Go to this place. This is where people do this all the time. Or this is where, I don't know, it's big picture stuff. I'm not going to get too far into it, but it's very peculiar because it is, like I said, some of it is just, okay, it's good to get out of your comfort zone every once in a while. It's not good to be forced out of your comfort zone unless it's something like, you're doing, you take a drama class and you have to get on stage. Yes, it's a fear, apparently, the number one fear next to death, or number two fear next to death, but it's not going to actually kill you. It's actually not legitimately harmful to you, but it forces you out of that comfort zone. And you may say, hey, it's not so bad. You might go, oh my gosh, I'd never want to do that again, but at least you experience it. So there's something to be said for getting out of that comfort zone. And like I said, there are things that divide people unnecessarily, either through miscommunication or preconceived ideas, but there are a lot of legitimate reasons. There are a lot of reasons why people stick to people that have the same mind and, the similarities and all that kind of stuff, because while it's not so much of a survival, it is a quality of life thing. And honestly, I mean, and this applies for anybody and anywhere, like no matter what, there's going to be people who have a say in your life and kind of above you on a societal level that you may not agree with. And almost everybody chafes under that and says, you know what? My wagon is hitched to yours. So I think what you're doing is bad. I think what you're doing is destructive. I think what any of these things, but yet I have to go along with you because I'm part of this community. And my voice, whether it was truly heard or whether it was not heard or whether it was simply the voice of a minority, it didn't really affect anything. And I can't leave. I can't unhitch my wagon from yours. So I am going to be pulled along with you all the while looking at the cliff that's approaching and going, we're going off a cliff now. And I have no say in it because I'm stuck with you goobers. And sometimes it's not really a cliff. It's just a little bit of a drop. Sometimes it veers off and sometimes, oh, I guess that wasn't a cliff. I guess we're okay. It's not the route that I wanted to take, but we're not all that bad. So, I mean, it varies, but yeah, then there's that as well. So I personally, my personal disposition, I wish we could fragment more. And not necessarily, again, not like, oh, we're at war, but just go more specialized, because, and with there being like, okay, if you want to travel, if you want to experience this thing that is not like the thing that you are in, the community that you're in, you can go there. Maybe not everywhere, because obviously that community also wants kind of to be its own thing. And I'm not thinking about any particular type of division right now. I'm just thinking like-minded people. Let's leave it at that. Have nothing to do with superficial characteristics or anything. Like-minded people living together, and they go, okay, well, here's a part of our like-minded culture where they're like, hey, we don't mind visitors. We don't mind people coming in and taking a look. It's like the state of Maine. If anybody goes to Maine people love their visitors. They love their tourists. They love you to come in, spend your money in the summertime, buy the overpriced lobster, which is just eating poop off the bottom of the ocean. They love you to do all that kind of stuff. And then they want you to go away. They don't want you to set up shop. They don't want you to bring business there. They want you to come in, spend your money, and get the F out. Like it's the Sunshine State for 3 months. After that, it's dead of winter. Now, I'm not saying all Mainers are like that. That is, I'm not trying to paint everybody like that, but I mean, that is kind of the general premise. Like when I was trying to start something there, that was kind of what I was told. You want to come here and maybe shoot something for a film, boost the economy for a few months, give people, locals a job, vendors something to sell. Yay, welcome. I'd like to set up a studio here. Now, wait a minute. Got to preserve the great state of Maine. We don't need another building up here unless you're going to make it look like all the other buildings. And it's just, that's not, shouldn't say that's the entire state of Maine. I didn't say it was the entire state of Maine, but it's a lot of people where, again, you can come, you can experience the wonders and then please leave because we like our small, and to be fair, Maine does not have the roads for all the people to stay there. Their roads are built for go-karts. The roads are built for traffic of like 2 cars every 6 hours. They're not built for summertime traffic. It becomes obnoxious to try to travel in Maine in the summertime because their state is just not built for, it's not built for a large population. So you really can't stay there unless they just tear up the roads and start building more highways and stuff. So that to say, you can have that kind of thing where it's like, okay, this part doesn't really want to have any exposure to anybody else. They just want to be insular and have their own little thing. And you can say, that's not a great way to live life. I think that's cheap, but to force people to live together with contrasting views and ideas, I don't think it's productive. I don't think you get anywhere by forcing that to happen. So, I mean, I would like to see people have that option to go, hey, we live here. And obviously, we're not talking, oh, you have different ideas, get out or we're going to shoot you. Nothing like that. But just kind of a thing like, you want to move here? You want to live here? This is what we believe. This is how we live our lives. It'd be like an Amish community. Like, I'm not going to go to an Amish community and be like, all right, well, I'm going to set my TV up here, my satellite dish up here, get all my electronics hooked up and everything in the middle of this Amish community, because there's an understanding that in this community, those things are not allowed. They do not live their lives that way. And so it's a dick move for me to jump in there and be like, well, no, I really like the area. I like the land. I like how quiet it is out here. I like how peaceful and tranquil. I don't know. I've never been to an Amish community. I imagine it probably is relatively sound free. I don't know how they are about hygienical products. I'm thinking at this point, deodorant's okay, but maybe not. Maybe they have an alternative. Not going to go down that road. But to me, I think the smell might take some getting used to. Just a lot of animals and kind of old timey smells and stuff, old fashioned butter and whatever. But I don't know. Could be totally fine. Could be totally different. I think they have introduced little bits of technology here and there. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's a community of people who've come together and said, this is how we live our lives. And you don't have people come in there and start transforming the place into what they want it to be in the Amish community. It's like, we want all the Amish stuff, but we want to bring in stuff. And it's like, well, now it's no longer quiet. No, it's no longer sedate. Now we have antennas. Now we have people coming in, laying down cable. Now we've got all that. You've destroyed the community. It's that kind of mentality. We need more Amish type communities. The problem is you have to be really, 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 really hardcore into whatever it is. Like Amish is hardcore. I don't know how it is these days. I know for a while it was just like, no phone, no lights. As Weird Al would say, no phone or lights or no phone or lights or motor cars. Not a single luxury like Robinson Crusoe. We're as primitive as can be. Okay, I've got way off on a tangent. That's all it takes. Lorium also exists. Tons of other different core changing mod packs exist, but Enderal or Enderal. It's Enderal. Macro Enderal. 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 But Enderal is not a thing. Misinformation. This is why Shord will legitimately have a unicorn. I like the reference, Eliza. Thank you. I so believe in you, Tad Cooper. For now. But I have yet to see a unicorn, even one as magnificent as it. What is it? I can't remember the line. If I never see anything as majestic as you, I will still be happy. Oh, and the unicorn's nice too. I played Loriem. I don't even know if that's the real word now because you've shattered my hope in the spelling, but and a couple other mod lists too. But Enderal, which is apparently something else altogether, or we're just throwing vowels around like they're going out of style, isn't a mod list. It's its own game using Sky. Oh, okay. I see. That's why. Okay, thank you for the clarification. So that's why it uses the engine that the bones that drive it, but it's not an expansion. Because didn't they release something like that? I mean, there's like Solstheim or something. There's an entire expansion like that you add on to, like a whole continent that you add on to Skyrim that you can do all stuff with. But okay, so this is not that. This is from the makers of Skyrim, or from the engine of Skyrim comes Enderal without the extra A. I got more card-related one-liners for respect. Seems like Schward reacts to them. Wait, what? I got more card-related one-liners for respect. Respect is pretending you didn't just top deck the exact card you needed. Wait, pretending you didn't just. Okay, yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah. Okay, yes. Respect is losing to a mill deck and saying GG anyway. I will say that is ingrained in me. And yeah, from my soccer, like playing in an organized sports, win or lose, cheated or not cheated, you say good game, and you give everybody high. You don't like at first it was shake hands, but that took too long, so it's like kind of give, and you walk by and you go good game. Sometimes if there was somebody in particular, like your nemesis who really just bested you, sometimes you might make eye contact and give them a nod, good game, begrudgingly, or laugh or smile or something. If you really felt like you got dirty, screwed over by the refs and everything like that, you may not be happy about it. You may not look them in the eye. It may just be very, good game, maybe tight-lipped, but the discipline of at least showing up and giving that modicum of respect. So I get it. Now, I think there were times in games, I don't remember. I'm going to say, just based on me and how salty I got, there were probably times where I just exited out of the game. I mean, I never rage quit. It was always like I forfeited. I'd like to say that most of the time I said GG or well played, but usually if I was quitting, it was because it was some kind of tomfoolery, which I'm not defending. I tried. I think I managed to do it all the time on stream. Anytime that I was actually playing, which I very rarely played when I wasn't either streaming or making a video, so it would have been few and far between. But there were definitely times that it was really hard to say GG. But no, I agree with that. I agree with that. Because here's the thing. RNG it works for me. It works for the other person. All they're doing is playing the best cards. They have no control, especially in these, where there's a lot of luck based on what you draw. You have no control over that. There's no way that's not cheating. That's not somebody doing it the underhand. This is what the game gave you. What are you going to do? Now, you can look at deck composition and call that out and say, oh, okay, this guy's got like 25 crappy-o cards in his deck. Hard to respect that because, it's like, all right, well, anybody can do that. But, I mean, that's a whole other thing. But no, I should not have to watch a 200-hour final thing to show respect. I think here it is. It cuts both ways, Beowulf. I think as a player, I can say, here's what I've got. Here's the combo that I'm about to do. And out of respect for you and your time, I'm going to say, would you like to see it played out? And obviously in a game like Legends, the best you could do is start playing the combo. But if somebody quit on me, and they did, I mean, I remember there was one or two combos that I did. I didn't do a lot of them. Or like the Echo of Akatosh. I think that was his name. Or the Avatar of Akatosh. The one where you transform your little 3/7 doofus dude into a 30/30 raging dragon. There were times where, as soon as like when it was my turn and he was like transforming or about to transform, they just quit. I'm like, I get it. I don't think it's disrespectful. It's like, I just don't need to see you smash my face with a 30/30 dragon. But I still have to play. I got to play it out because I can't just be like, okay, I'm not going to make you watch this. I need to go, here's what I've got. And they can either watch it and marvel at the majesty, or they can go, okay, good game. You won. Anyway, I don't need to revisit that again. That's my only thing. I think it's, and here's the thing, Beowulf. I will add this. I will agree that respect is losing to a mill deck and saying GG, but it's also saying GG, but you can also say GG and leave once you discover that they're going to spend the next 20 minutes playing out their hand or whatever it is. POP is swishy, gross nonsense. I couldn't agree more. And there's a oh no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one too. Oh, there it is. Oh wait, sorry, you missed it. There we go. I appreciate the reminder. Usually Big Hind comes in and reminds me. He's very courteous like that. But yeah, that's just a reminder. Friends, don't let friends pop. Wait, did? Damn, I guess I don't deserve the #1 spot in your YouTube chat. Wait. Crap. Oh man, I'm 30 minutes behind already. Goodness gracious, man. I don't stand a chance. I need a manager. That's what I need. I need a manager, somebody else looking at chat being like, oh, hey, here's this. Because when I do that, it's just, I'm never going to catch up. So yeah, I'm sorry, Macro. I don't know what I said in the past hour or 30 minutes that prompted that, but don't cut yourself short. You're the #1 for a reason, man. The YouTube chat chose you, sir, chose you to wear the crown. So heavy it is, but don't sell yourself short, Macro. There's something inside you that YouTube sees and is determined that you are #1. Like when friends play total poison decks, we complain about, but say GG when we spectate their games. Well, that is true, Beowulf, but I don't know if you noticed, I kind of started shying away. Like there were certain guys where I noticed every time we would watch them, they're playing a deck that people are like a workshop deck. I can't remember the guy's name. There was one guy, he was cool for a while, and I'm not saying he's not cool, but like he started playing workshop, like the abusive workshop deck. And so even though I'd be like looking on the friends list, I'm like, all right, anybody playing, I'd like quickly scroll past them because I'm like, I can't do that. I can't support that. And I know everybody watching is going like, are you freaking kidding me? So, and there was another guy who got excited like, oh, here's my new deck. And it was like, what was it? It was like Guardians. It was just like typical Telvanni Guardians that he maybe swapped 2 cards in. He's like, oh, it's so fresh and new because I use these cards. And I was like, I don't want to crush the enthusiasm, but I'm like, dude, this is like the most blah deck in the world with like 2 or 3 swaps. And out of a 75 card Telvanni deck, that's not enough to really make it like, ooh. Like, I mean, I think the way he played it and somewhat the way he built the decks, Tiago the blacksmith, I can't remember the actual last name, but Tiago the blacksmith was really good for that. You know, he was very good for the way he played Control and the way he built his decks together. He limited the amount of trash cards and everything. And then he had guys like Eros that would play those kinds of decks, those colors at least, but would just be playing the most outrageous stuff and pull it off magnificently. So there was so much room to be able to do that kind of thing, but you know, so many people just reverted to the safe, you know, the safe Telvanni stuff or Empire. And it's like, but Swishy again, squishy. I think it's swishy and squishy. It's squishy for us in the northern hemisphere, and it's swishy for them in the southern hemisphere. Ugh. Don't know where that was going. Why not, Macro? The crown suits you well. Exactly, Baldric. Exactly. See, man, I love it. We just affirm each other. Like I'm behind, but it's good. You get to say your thing, and then I say my thing, and it happens to be the thing that you said, but you said it already, so it's not like, you know, it's perfect. It's highly compatible thinking. To be fair, if meal choice was celery on pizza or pineapple on pizza, I would take the pineapple. I don't like pineapple making pizza soggy, but celery is evil food. Wow. So here we have Denise, who won't say a bad word about anybody or anything in the entire world, ever. Like, you're like, bacteria, fungus. She's like, oh, they're cute. They're cuddly. Oh, look at the little flagella. Look at how they swim around. They're adorable. They're my little beasties or what have you. You know, my little darlings. But a celery, evil food. Evil food. All right, Beowulf. Well, you'll probably be back before I finish reading it. And oh my gosh, this means Eliza's gone too. Bye, Eliza. A timely farewell once again. Celery is like crunchy sour water. Wow. For probably the most blah nothing food in the world, celery has seemingly conjured quite a bit of hate, at least from the gals. Did the guys come in on this at all? Now that I've caught up with the start of the chat, well, I've had the purest intention to be here first, but then a series of unfortunate events happened, and so I was late. That's the most generic excuse ever, Baldric. Things happened, and so I was late. At least be like, at least make up a specific detail. Be like, well, I don't want to say anybody was in the hospital. And I don't know. Do you have a car, Baldric? I'm not saying that to call you out. I'm legitimately curious. I don't think you do, right? Like you can walk or maybe bike everywhere. That may sound really stupid. I just know that car ownership is not as much of a given. Like here in America, unless you live in the city, like an actual downtown city, chances are you've got a vehicle of some kind because it's just things are too spread out. You'd be walking, you'd spend most of your time walking to get to work or to a store. If you're in a proper city like a New York or Chicago or something like that, you probably take the train or whatever, or walk because it's. But my understanding is that in a lot of places in Europe, it's a little more condensed unless you get way out in the countryside. But I don't think anybody necessarily is. But yeah, so I don't know. So I'm just kind of curious. Could you have said your car had a flat tire or your alternator wouldn't turn over or I don't even know car stuff. I sound like an idiot. I just need specifics, Baldric. I need something. So that it doesn't just sound like you're like, I had to wash my hair. That's what it sounds like. When you say, I had every intention to be there, but a series of unfortunate events, which isn't just a movie title that I pulled because it was convenient for my excuse. A series of unfortunate events unfolded and resulted in me not being here. That's like I had to wash I can't go out with you because I had to wash my hair. Like, give me something. And Ugnip is here. Where did Ugnip come? Oh, there he is. Good evening, everyone, he says. Hello, Ugnip. Good to see you. Again, 30 minutes late, 37 minutes late, but better late than never, says I. It was unintentional. I woke up one day with a YouTube new chat XP edition and found out I was number one. I guess I chat a lot, don't I? That is true, Macro. That is true. There have been several chats or several times, maybe not recently, but historically, where like you and Underhill or you and like Baldric. It would be, the only two folks still on stream because it would, be pretty late at night. So, yeah, maybe chat keeps record of that. I don't know. Baldric, were you eating dung again? Okay, now I don't feel bad about my question, whether he has a car or not. Now he's being compared to a dung beetle. Well, if it's good enough for pigs, that's not a denial. Eating dung, some context would do good at this moment. Yeah, me too, Macro, me too. Macro, we have discovered there's basically no method to crown the madness, so we just LARP it pretty much. Okay, no, that's fine, but that does not address the poop eating accusation or allegation, and Baldric just rolling with it. I don't remember that. Was this in Discord maybe? It smells, and I'm not talking about the poop, but it smells like an allusion to a joke rife with context and things said before and after it. There you go. Okay. It's a callback to my hero from whom I've adopted the nickname. Oh, okay. There you go. So Baldric from Blackadder, I believe. It's a Blackadder reference. Oh, damn. There we go. The Blackadder reference, the show that character Baldric is from. There we go. Oh, I see that. That did not seem genuine, Macro. I can hear your voice. Oh, I see. Oh, that seems funny. That's what I hear. So now I know where Baldric came from. Now I still don't know where the Sturnip came from. Yeah, we discussed that at one point, but I honestly have forgotten that as well. It's been lost to the ages. Let's see. Eternal, the main benefit is you can spectate, games, and the chat is similar to Tesla as well. That is a big deal. That is a big deal. I'm surprised Magic has not. I don't know if they're doing it because they think there might be cheating, like people watching how other people play. But you have to get permission, and if they do it like Tesla, you can boot people. Who among you? I'm trying to remember. Was it you, Denise? I think it was you, wasn't it? There were like two. No. I think it was. It was Denise, and there was one other person. It wasn't A-Ross, but it was somebody like that. Oh, was it Body Bag Beezy? I think it was Body Bag. He thought we were bad luck or something. Or maybe it was Joe. I think Joe did it once. Yeah, we actually got booted. We're on the friends list and he boots us out because he's like, every time you guys watch me, I lose. Which wasn't even true. So that's why I don't think it was Joe. But somebody did that. And we're like, hey, that's fine. That's fine. So it's not like people can like just spectate just because you're playing. Like they have to be on your friends list and you can boot them at any time. So I don't know if it's a technical limitation or if they go, there's just no money in it, so we're not going to mess with it. I mean, that's a very pessimistic view of why they're not doing it. But yeah, I don't know how it can be around for this long. And Magic the Gathering, the whole idea is gathering people together. Like, what better way to do that than where you can have 20, 30 people spectating your game? Like, it's great. The day that Magic but allows spectating, I'll jump back into it. I mean, I still have my account there. I haven't dusted it off in like 3 months, but I'd be happy to jump in. Again, I wouldn't necessarily be playing, but because I like to watch it. The music is nice. The ambience is nice. It's a good presentation. It's fun to watch. And then it kind of tickles you a little bit. And you're like, maybe I'll play a little too. Like I enjoyed playing up until I never got to Mystic, but the level right below Mystic. I mean, that's when you had I'm not going to say the tryhards because Dano's here and Dano's not a tryhard, but you had the decks that were a little more dirty. It required a little more of the expensive cards, and were a little more, win by turn 4 kind of deals. Nothing wrong with that. That's Magic. That is the nature of Magic, or at least what Magic has become. But anyway, yeah, I just don't understand. The whole thing is supposed to be about community, and yet a fundamental aspect that would help bring people together and really enjoy it is missing. But yeah, Eternals has that, so we don't need to hope that it will come there. We can just do that. Which I actually even thought about spectating it today, but I was already late getting here, so I was like, screw it. Let me just log in real quick and get this going. The one roll. Respectfully, I've arrived. Wait. Oh, this is Io. This is Io's channel. Look at that. Io doing some brand recognition there. Wait. Oh, and then he says wrong. Okay. I thought you did that to promote the channel. You should do that though, man. Because like right now, people could click on the one roll and I think that'll take them to your channel if I'm not mistaken. So if anybody's like, what's the one roll? You're like, click on my name and I'll show you. But yeah, I recognized you immediately. And I like the fact that you're one of the few that actually has spaces between, like it's a proper thing. It's not like the one roll. Like Eye of the Rest of the Storm. The one roll. Anyway, I also think Eternal has more potential for tribal decks. I don't know. Denise. Well, you've seen Magic, so maybe you're right, Denise. But I mean, I know they got cats, they got dogs, they got lions and rabbits. These are all animals, of course, and they got the undead. I don't know. They got a lot of. I feel like every kind of card you can play has a type that you could flesh out. Maybe not all of them are viable or particularly good. But I don't know Eternals. Maybe Eternals is much better in that regard. So I'll defer to you on that, and I'll agree because I don't know Eternals nearly as well as you, and I don't remember as much about Magic. It's my turn. It's my turnip, Baldrick's turnip. It's a very large, beautiful turnip I've spent the King's Ransom on. I'm trying to picture Mr. Bean saying that. It's my turnip, Baldrick's turnip. It's a very large, beautiful turnip I spent the King's Ransom on. But I'm glad you have arrived, the one roll, and then metamorphosized into Io. Oh, it was you all along. I do like the chapters that become available regularly with storylines and new cards. Yeah, Denise, and that's my fault for missing that. I really should have kept more of a deal on that. I mean, there's nothing wrong. I think it's fine. You know, they say, hey, we make it available for a week. You can play it for free. You get all the stuff for free. If you want it after that, you got to pay for it. That's fine. It sucks if you have a brain fart like I do and you miss off on that free window, because then you got to wait for the new one in order to get to get more stuff. You know, Nathaniel, this takes me right back to our wedding night. That's got to be another line from Blackadder. Sorry, I can hear screaming. It's getting louder. Quite annoying. Like, I mean, there comes a point where you can't, just because you're not happy about something, you can't scream about. I'm talking about a kid. I think at 5 years old, when you don't like something, it's not something to throw a fit about. But whatever, we don't need to get into that. That's a whole other thing. It is what it is. Kids, am I right? Let's see. Oh, sorry. That was. I picture a curtsy there. Respectful greetings. The one roll, which is an odd bit of dialogue to have. Really, I do enjoy your videos. I do enjoy your video. I don't know why I can't do. My Australian accent is usually on point. Everybody can vouch for this. It's usually spot on the money. It's great, and it does the Australian accent justice. But for whatever reason today, I just can't make my mouth do the right things. Could be the tea. I think the tea is making my mouth weird. Now we know your alter account bet is full of sketchy D&D stories. You'll have to watch the videos, but I guess we have videos of those sketchy stories. And boy, howdy, are they spicy. Let's see. Wait, we have several Germans. Who are the Germans? Hello, Germans. Well, I mean, we have what, Big Hein? We have, I mean, so I apologize. I know Inu is Austrian, and I know they're different countries. We even had a big discussion about this, but I kind of, because like the accent sounds very similar to my ears, and they are kind of speaking. I mean, I know the dialect he said is different, but they kind of do share a language base, I guess. So I kind of think of them as like that. But yeah, Big Hein, and then Beowulf. He's not in Germany now, but he's from Germany. So that's 3 at least. And considering our community is made up of like 20 people or less, that's almost like what, half? If my math is right, I'm not great at math, but I think it's about half. Are just of it's from Germany, and I have half my family, a quarter of my genetics are from Germany. So that's almost 75%. Almost all of us are Germans here, really. Why are we? Look, okay. Eliza has an excuse. She's from Australia. They like to put extra vowels in there. Why are we saying Endirial? Endirial. Do we want it to be called Endirial? Are we not seeing the very clear Enderal right here? Or am I in the exact wrong video? You guys can let me know. or is this just the Mandela effect where everybody swears that it was called Endirial and my goodness gracious. Well, I for one like the German language. Does that count me as part of the Germans in this community? Oh wait, no, okay, that's fine. It's fine. Wait, on behalf of my German grandfather, I dub the Macro the Germanist German. All hail Sir Macro, the Germanist German. All hail the Germanist German. Deepest thanks, Elizabeth III. I will cherish this acknowledgement with minus very being. Okay, that's not German, Macro. I don't even know if that's Old English. It kind of is. Hip hip hooray. Oh, wow. Wow. I do like that little sketch that played out right there. That was quite endearing. Jahai! Oh my gosh, it has been so long, my friend. And I'm sorry I'm getting to this 30 minutes late. Hopefully you're still around. But let me say hello to you. You all seen here about the Elder Scrolls Legends Reborn? I'm super excited for it. The only thing that sucks is it won't be on mobile now. PC only, I believe. Yeah, Jahai, yes. And I believe Ugnip and then also Denise have been keeping the Discord up with those developments. And yeah, it's looking really good. And it's just, I mean, they're reviving it. And I think, what was it, Denise, you were in there not too long ago. They're looking for like micro interactions, like triggering a prophecy off of, I can't remember the card now. The craziest thing. I mean, that's such a random thing. It's like you had to hitting a prophecy is not even like, it's kind of it's not a niche thing, but depending on the game, you know, how many games you play, it may not be as common, but to actually have a trigger off of a kind of obscure, somewhat obscure card off of getting a prophecy. So in other words, they have to hit a prophecy while you got that card on the board. It's a really hard thing to find, but I don't know who it was. I'm trying to remember now. I think it was it Michael Bailey? I think it was Michael Bailey found a video. It was on Daryloth's channel of that actually happening. And I mean, they're getting so, my point being, they're getting so fine on the details that even random and somewhat obscure interactions like that, they're looking to translate faithfully into their game. So, I mean, they're going all out. I really, yeah. I'll totally give Tesla Reborn a try. Was bummed I never got to try the original. Yeah, Eliza, it is. I mean, like, it's not for everyone. I mean, Macro, like, he hates it. He hates it with a fierce passion and an undying passion. Like, he hates it more than he loves anything. He's like, if there's one thing I hate, as much as I love the German language, I hate Legends even more. But everybody else is at least willing to give it a try. Well, I guess probably not Lagmeister and Carlos and all my other retro friends. I mean, it's not for everybody. If you like card games, you'll probably like Tesla to some degree. But if it's not your jam, it's just not your jam. Now, there should have been a D&D night, though, but it was canceled. Wait, Baldric, didn't you say that? Wait, somebody was saying that they have. Wait, no. Okay, I'm trying to remember now. Oh no, it was Inu. Inu was saying he has a group that he plays board games with, but they don't do D&D, or he doesn't do D&D. Somebody doesn't do D&D, even though they play board games, because D&D is a little too fanciful or too out there or something. I don't know. It's not a knock on D&D. It's just. But I guess that wasn't you, Baltic. But I'm sorry to hear it was canceled. Especially if you're looking forward to it. Sometimes you just want to chill on the weekends, and so something gets canceled, you're like, okay, not the end of the world. I would have liked to have done it, but I'll find something to do. Presents Macro the ceremonial Germanish turnip. Well, see, this is great. We're lore building right now, folks. For those of you in this chat, you are beholding the lore. This will be referenced later on. There will be turnips. There'll be German turnips. And see, and now, Macro, look, now you're actually a part of the joke. You may not understand the poop thing, and neither do I, but you will understand if somebody says the Germanish turnip, nobody else is going to get that. They're like, what the hell are you talking about? And you'll be like, well, you had to be there on the stream on the 22nd of August, 2025. Yeah, I'll give Tesla Reborn a try. Of course you will, Io. You don't want to be left out in the cold in this. Like, I'm going to try it just just to give the creators a shout out, if nothing else. We got to put a spotlight on that. One, to let everybody know that it's back, or that it's there, and just to marvel at the work that was done to bring it to that point. Now, obviously, I got to say, probably spectating is like not going to be a thing. I'm guessing whatever coding they would have to do to make that a possibility. I don't know. Maybe that's super easy. I can't imagine that it is. Otherwise, Magic would have done it. But it's still pretty darn cool. I'd even go back to playing it. You can watch my horrific play if we can't spectate. But I tuned out. Are we scum to incarnate now? I mean, I don't think that was a consensus, but I believe it was put forward, and I'm not going to deny. But I wasn't the one who said eating poop. That was Eliza to Baldric, I believe. Wait, what? Yes, he's been trashing us for 10 minutes now. I cried. It was a whole thing. So much drama. Always drama with you, Eliza. My gosh. I can say this now because I know you're not here to defend yourself. Yep, he thinks he's of higher stature and prestige just because some lady had thrown a sword at him. Listen, just because some watery tot threw a sword at you? Wait, no. You can't wield supreme executive power just because some moistened bink loved a scimitar? Oh no, if I went around saying I was an emperor just because some moistened bink had loved a scimitar at me, they'd put me away. Shut up, will you? Shut up. Oh, now we see the violence and air of the system. Bloody peasant. Oh, you heard it yourself. You saw him imprison me, didn't you? Help, I'm being repressed. Okay, I butchered that. I'm a little rusty, but that's I like that illusion. I appreciate that. But you're not wrong, Baldric. You're not wrong. I always wanted to live in Maine because once upon a time told me there's fairy tale characters there. Well, Eliza, I think you should go to Maine and see the fairy tale characters that live there. You may be pleasantly surprised. I mean, the let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll say about the 10 people whose names I actually learned in my 6 months in Maine. 6 months? About 6 months. That includes my coworkers, by the way. I can introduce you to any one of those 10 people in the entire state who I knew beyond just them as a customer. And that's half the population. I mean, if you were to live in Portland, I'm sure you meet more people, but then you deal with Portland. So it's a thing. It's a thing. It was nice to live there for a little while. Just to get it's about as close as you can come, I think, to feeling like you're camping while still technically living in a civilized part of the country. Like it still has amenities and like indoor plumbing and such, although those can certainly freeze and break and blow your house down. But it still feels kind of like you're camping. It still feels very rustic. And that's not even northern Maine, which is pretty much uninhabited. Supposedly the electricity mechanical job thing didn't fully work out. So what's your current main source of income? Wait, what? Me? I was never going to do it. You were going to do electricity mechanical job. I was never going to do electricity. I can't do electrical stuff. You heard me do the math. 3 out of 20 is 70% in my mind. There's no way I'd survive. I'd kill myself doing electrical work. Current main source of income. Sorry, financial questions suck, but I can't help but wonder. It's still the editing macro. Honestly, the one job that I have where I'm primarily doing editing, they asked me to do some data entry, which was, I'm not gonna say mind numbing, but it was great because I can have a movie play. It's that mundane where it's literally click, click, click. It's just same process 1,300 times. But I was getting paid what I got paid to edit, so I'm not going to complain. So, I mean, there's a little bit of deviation there, but it's still mostly editing, really. And the occasional odd job, if you know what I mean. You've probably seen some of my work in some places at some different points in time. I'm trying to be as ambiguous as Baldric when it comes to what I do and what has happened. But yeah, it's just editing. We told them that strange women lying in palms. There you go. Strange women lying in palms distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. But did he listen? No. And why should I? You don't vote for kings. I also destroy communities. There's Lagmeister. Hello. You can tell he does destroy communities because he doesn't say hello when he enters. He just comes in there, bam, I destroy communities. I am eater of communities. I am Lagmeister. And damn it, I am still a half hour behind. Yes, we know Lagmeister. Damn. Also, hello. Precisely. He just won't listen to reason. Hey, J Money. Hey, chat. I'll be back in 30 minutes for J Money to read my chat. Damn it if he's not right. He's wrong about many things, but he's not wrong about this. Oi, macaroni with an I. I love that. Like, to this day, that's how Lagmeister remembers his name. But then again, Lagmeister thinks, gosh, who was it now? What? Tifa. You might not know who Tifa is. You may know her game. She was in a little game that few people have heard about called Final Fantasy VII. You may have known her as Tifa, but for Lagmeister, she is Tifa. So when it comes to names, I think it's safe to say that Lagmeister is on the name spectrum, if you will. Cool, Lagmeister. You can hear him say goodbye to me. I wish. Okay, back to work I go. Wait! Oh, dang it. Yep, 4 o'clock on the dot. I have a car, but I don't like to drive. So I mostly take public transportation or walk. I do love to walk a lot. You should see my calves. I look like a bodybuilder from the waist down. Nice, Baldrick. I need to learn. The bummer here is like, okay, so yeah, Texas has two downsides. First of all, whether you can stand the heat and you don't mind the sweating or not, it drains the heck out of you. That's why when you see people outside, if they're doing work, it's sparingly. They don't do it for extended periods of time. And they got like head coverings. They got like hats that are shading themselves. It's like being in a desert in that way. And the way you have to kind of protect yourself and shield yourself from sun. If you're just out there going for a walk, trying to get some vitamin D, you come back from a 3.5 mile walk, about an hour, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, you're drained. And where I live, they've got some, they're building up the area. Like they've got some nice little parks and the sidewalks are nice, but it's not like walking through a forest. In my mind, when I see you walking, when I think of Croatia, I think of kind of a gray sky. I think of very green, lush trees. I think of not dirt paths, but kind of like cobblestone, not cobblestone, because that's really fancy stuff, but like, quaint. I don't know how to put it. Quaint. There's not really sidewalks per se. They're not slabs of concrete, but they're like stones, that meander through slightly overgrown grass and forest and just kind of goes out into the meadows and the fjords and all that kind of stuff. And it's a gentle bit of a breeze blows through and there's a little babbling brook over there and you go over the water and then you go through the town and it looks kind of like one of those towns in the Bourne Identity where a lot of buildings close together and they're like this wood and kind of older construction but has a healthy glow to it. That's what I picture. That might be slightly idealized and nowhere near reality, but that's what I picture when I think of Baldrick walking through Croatia. That's what's in my mind. Now, don't ruin the illusion for me, Baldrick, but that's what I see. So mine is like, it's green and there are even fountains in certain places, but it's just not a pleasure to walk through or around. It doesn't feel good to walk in it. And it's hot as hell. So at least in the summertime. So, but yeah, I just, if I could just get back to walking regularly, I'd be in great shape. I don't need thunder calves like you have, but just to work, just to get the body back in the idea of being in motion. Unfortunately, above the waist, there's a large ogreish beer belly. Ogreish? I see what you're saying, Baldrick. Ogreish. Ogreish seems like the formal way to say it or pronounce it, or to spell it, but people would pronounce it ogre-ish. But ogreish does sound like an old English word. He's quite ogreish, Oh, no, he's not. He's slightly plump, but that's no reason to go man call a man ogreish. Oh, I do find him quite ogreish. He disturbs me with his ogreish belly. Yeah, I walk everywhere too, but no beer belly. My calves look like I bodybuild too. Nice, Jahai, nice. Well, good for you, my friend. I would like to say I got that. I don't have a beer belly because I don't drink beer. But I don't have a clear, well, never mind. Let's not go there. My legs are way, way better than my arms. So I have an easier time walking than lifting literally anything, which is fine. Cause here's the problem that I have with lifting, and I don't have a problem with it, but in my brain, it's the same thing with dancing. My brain looks at dancing and goes, why? it's not a more efficient way to move from point A to point B. In fact, it's the most like circuitous route. It's the most ridiculous way to get from point A to point B. It's a lot of expended energy for no reason. Like, my brain does not understand the purpose of dancing, which is why I just don't particularly like. I like watching other people dance, but if I'm going to dance, no, my body's like, why am I doing this? This is dumb. It's the same thing running. Like, I will run, I'll catch passes, I'll, dribble up and down the basketball court. I can do that. Well, I can't do that all day long, but I would like to do that all day long. My body's okay with that. But just running, my body's like, why am I doing this? I'm not running from a predator. I'm not being chased. This is dumb. Why am I running? So it's one of those things. But so like weightlifting, like as I'm lifting, my mind is saying, why are you doing this? You don't have a job where you have to lift anything. Everything that's in the house that you can feasibly lift, you can already lift. This is not going to help you in any way, shape, or form. This is not going to make you more versatile or more functional in any way, shape, or form. You're literally doing this to make the small circles on your arms a little bit bigger. And the weird, oddly shaped, circle-ish, oblong things on your chest a little more defined. That's why you're doing this. Now, yeah, I mean, honestly, breaking down muscle does burn calories, so it is also does suffice as some weight loss, but that's not really good enough for my mind, which is going, I think sleep is better for us. It's wrong, of course, but anyway. But all that to say, Macro, it's good because your legs are functional. You use them to walk. They should be stronger. What are you using your upper body for? I don't know. There's very few of us, I think, who really need ridiculous amounts of upper body strength. Like, it's nice if you want to have that. It's not wrong, but it's like, why are you doing this? Why do you need to have giant muscles? How many times are you going to be asked to bench press something to save somebody's life? And I know you can say, well, but if it does happen, I can and you can't. And that's very true. But anyway, my arms are nothing to brag about either. Well, mine are, but I choose not to brag. Also, I have a lot of stamina and can tolerate a lot of heat for a long time because I live in Iraq, provided I don't faint due to my anemic tendencies. I mean, look, I was going to say, Macro, if you're going to try to brag, I know you weren't bragging though, so I'm not saying that, but it's like, I also have a lot of stamina and can tolerate a lot of heat for a long time because I live in Iraq, provided I don't faint due to my anemic tendencies. You don't have to add that little bit in there, we just leave it that you're a formidable man when it comes to enduring the heat and stress of the desert and of hot climates. So that sounds good, but you don't have to tack on a little bit about the anemic tendencies. I can't stand the summer heats, but the winters due to my fat supplies are very tolerable. Yeah, if God willing, I'll eventually find myself in colder climes at some point. I handle the cold much better than the heat. I enjoy the cold much more than the heat. But, let's see. 45, it used to be 50 about a month ago. Oh. I guess 50 is pretty darn hot because you're talking about, because obviously that would be darn near chilly, or actually very chilly in, what are we, Fahrenheit? So that's Celsius. And I think even like 35, I think it was Denise was saying like 35, it's 35 here and it was really warm. So I'm guessing 50 is freaking sweltering, even 45. Fortunately, this summer was very rainy, so the heat didn't get to 45. It's been raining here too, but we've had so many freaking thunderstorms here. It's been ridiculous. Ridiculous, I say. Like a lot of thunderstorms, a lot of rain, which it sucks here because that usually gets converted to ridiculous amounts of humidity once it's over with. But on the whole, it's pretty nice. I did not expect this much precipitation, but apparently where we're located in Texas, it's considered a tropical. Like it's more akin to Florida's weather than it is like what you think of as desert. Now you go further north and it becomes more desert-y, more desert tundra, whatever that's called. But where we are categorized in the same kind of level as like mid to southern Florida. So it's a little more tropical, but without the tropical trappings. We don't have coconut trees. We don't have white sandy beaches. We've just got the heat and humidity of the tropics. 40 rookie numbers. Looking on Google, it says the highest recorded temperature was in Western USA, but I don't know. India's pretty hot too. Yeah, I don't know about Western USA. For everybody who lives in California tells me how nice it is, even in the summertime. Oh, it's 65, it's 70. I'm sure there's places that get hot. I would be surprised if California, which, I mean, maybe they're not talking about California. Maybe it's Nevada, which is literally a desert. Maybe they're talking about that. But I would be hard put to believe that California has the highest temperatures on record. It's hot because it's lowland, pretty close to sea level, and it's closer to the Earth equatorial line than any other lowland on the planet, I think. Checks out. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, I'm still here, Incarnate. I'm on the fence, though, for Tesla Reborn. I want to play it because I missed the game so much, but 50% of me doesn't. But it's all going to depend on the fixes. Wait, so Jahai, are you reluctant because you don't want to encounter the same problems as Tesla? Meaning, because you were still playing Tesla until it closed, right? Or did you bail on it before then? And I don't mean that in a bad way, like, oh, you bailed on the game, but like, were you checked out of Tesla because of kind of the way everything had been developed towards the end? And so you're like, I don't want to get back into it if it's going to be more of the same? Or like, what's the... Is there an update on it? Definitely will come back, though, if Justin Larson comes back and other Legends players. Oh, well, that's a nice little slap in the face for all the second or third generation Tesla players. Well, if the old guys come back, great. But, Schwartz, you're going to play... Daryl Oth going to play... Who are these guys? They're scrubs. No, we need Justin Larson back. I wouldn't be surprised if we got... I don't know ultimately, because, I mean, I just remember it seemed... Like you can get kind of a temporary burnout and go, okay, I need some time. And then a year later, when it's kind of, everything's kind of calmed down, quieted down, the person might ease back in. Justin really seemed like he got into a place. And I don't know him personally. I don't know what he went through or anything, but just for how long he stayed out of Tesla for the most part, it really seemed like he was just kind of done. So I was going to say, I could expect him, you just see like a cameo, like that he would come back for a little while, just again, to give props to try it out and to see, and to give props to the people who did it. But at this point I'd be very skeptical of him actually making a full on comeback, just because whatever it was, it seemed to kind of either hasten his exit or cause his exit, which honestly, for all we know, it could very well have very little, it could have all been internal stuff, but it just seemed like when he set the game down, he was done, like done. And maybe that's not the case. And it would be great if it wasn't, but yeah, it just seemed like he was legitimate. Whereas like somebody like Charmer, Dragon Tamer Blade, a lot of people kind of left it because it was no longer, I don't want to say no longer the it thing, because it makes them sound like they're kind of waffles, but because they're not. But it was like, there are other games to play that are alive and well. And so focusing or continue to play, and especially those guys were all, their interest seemed to be mostly in creating new things, creating new decks. And I think as Aros has proven, and folks like him, Dano, etc., there are new decks that can be made even with the cards. Like there are new ways to play stuff. I mean, I think, what was it? Nixox Assassin was not a thing when all these guys stopped playing. That was something, for me anyway, the first time I ever saw Nixox Assassin was Aros playing it. That's a new development. That's something brand new. And so there were more depths to plumb, but I think without the new cards, it was just skepticism that would be the case. And again, if you're into finding the new things and building new decks, then you can understand why the appeal would fall off. Last one is 2 months ago. I really hope there will be something. Yeah, me too. Should be soon, I hope. Closest I found was Eternal, but Tesla had such unique mechanics that I really miss now. 2 lanes, profs. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I liked what Prophecies did. I like the fact that they made aggro question itself. Like, you couldn't just be crazy aggro. Like, you had to really pay attention to Prophecies. Like, they made you check yourself. Like with I don't know about Eternals, but I know with Eternals doesn't have that problem because you get to choose as a defender. You get to choose. So you take more of a risk in Magic and Eternals going on the offensive than you do with Legends. without the prophecy, or with Hearthstone, I guess, because there's no real penalty for it. If there's nothing in front of you, or you don't think, or you know what you can do with it, the fact that defense can change the status of the board so quickly and drastically without a prophecy, you're kind of running a risk being the attacker. It doesn't mean that you can't go aggro, because we know, especially in Magic, red aggro is quite popular, but it seems to mitigate just kind of like just going face all the time in a way that TESL required kind of the prophecies to do. But the prophecies are more RNG, and I like, even though the card draw is still random, I kind of like the system that makes you kind of second guess, is this the right time for me to be going aggressive? Because if he blocks with these, I'm not getting through and I could lose this card. Like, you really kind of have to weigh the costs on both sides of the board. Whereas if you didn't have the prophecies, which again, were just heavy, pure RNG, really, aside from, but how many times do you see games where somebody's like, dude, my prophecy count is 50% or 40%, and I didn't hit a single prophecy. The rune right before the last one, I got a prophecy break or rune break and got a prophecy, and it was a nothing. It didn't change the stats of the board because it wasn't a guard and it wasn't a lightning bolt or whatever. So, even if you strategically built your deck in a way that would give you a way to pump the brakes with prophecies, the RNG made it, may never happen. It may happen one out, it didn't, or you could be like, literally, I had 10 prophecies in my deck and we hit all 5 runes with it. Holy cow. So yeah. So I think that's the only thing I don't miss about Legends, but I do miss the 2-lane system, because that did, again, you have to think about it. Okay, I could put this in the shadow lane, but then they're going to have first crack at it. And I liked it. It was so much more streamlined. Like Eternals, I've now played it for 2 or 3 hours, and I'm not downing on Eternals, but like, I still don't really feel like I have a good grasp on, like, because you can even equip your avatar with stuff now, which I think is a cool thing, but that introduces a whole slew of more dynamics and things to take into consideration. Tesla, I think, was the most streamlined you could get without being Hearthstone, which to me was a little bit more, I'm not saying it was because I didn't play Hearthstone a whole lot, but it seemed to be a little more not mindless. People don't like when you phrase it like that. Just a little too straightforward. We'll put it that way. A little too linear. I think Tesla was just complicated enough to make it more interactive and to again, make you proceed with a little more caution, a little more awareness of what's going on the board, but not quite as encumbered by it as games with more complicated things. Like, you didn't have to worry about counter spells in Legends. What you saw on the board was what you got. And unless you broke a rune and something came out from that, the board state was what it was when you got it, versus you're like, aha, I've been holding on to this card forever. I'm going to play it now. And even if you remove it, I'm totally fine. And then, you get a counter spell as you're playing it and it goes away. And you're like, great. My 10 cost game winning card that I've been holding on to and cultivating and doing all this stuff to make it awesome. And you play your cheap old unsummoned card and goes all out the window. Closest I found was Eternal, but Tesla lights. Yeah. Oh, and I just like the art style the best. Yeah. Yep. Magic the Gathering is just too busy and sweaty for me. Dano, I'm sweaty as. But that's the thing. I mean, and this bears it out. Dano is at the Mystic level. At those levels, yeah, there's a lot of sweat. But the earlier ones, you can really progress. Now, maybe it's changed since I played. It's been a while. But when I played, I felt there was a nice mix of, it was kind of like a win 2, lose 1. So yeah, I was losing here and there, but on the whole, after a session, I had made progress. I was further along than I was when I started. Whereas once you get to the tier right below Mystic, and I'm guessing heavily with Mystic, that's where you get the people really, going for the throat. You got the savvy people, the ones with their machinations and their deviousness and their, not everybody, but a lot of them, the cheap wins. Again, I'm looking at you, Health Steal, Get Life, BS 2-card loop. You should never be able to win a game with 2 cards on deck. You should never have a 2-card combo that wins you the game on turn, 5, essentially? Maybe 6. I don't think that should be a thing. Especially when you can have 4 of a kind. In TESL, you can only have 3. So it was a little harder to draw what you needed. And you had 75 card decks and all that. But even a 50 card deck, you only had 3 copies of it. You can have 4 copies in a Magic deck. And some of those can be tutors. And some of them can be, draw cards or draw magic or whatever. And then you can play 2 cards and win the next turn. It's like, really? But them's are the breaks. You go into it knowing that that's a possibility, and so there you go. I love ranting about Magic. Yes, that reminds me. That's what we were saying. We were talking about this earlier. There's a different dynamic when you're playing across the table from somebody. We had talked about this, and so I think that's, because if you watch any of my videos, I got salty as heck, because in my mind, I realize this, and we talked about this. In my mind, I'm looking at it the way I look at a video game, which is, the cards in front of the cards that my opponent plays they're just the enemy. It's like the computer. It's like you're playing a thing. It's like, it's me against the computer. I should be able to win against this opponent because it's a faceless opponent. That, they have an avatar, yes, but you're a faceless entity. If there was like webcam, if we had something like this where it's like you could actually look at the person and, hey, how you doing? Like, I think that would change the dynamic for me personally exponentially. But for whatever reason, in my headspace, when I'm playing against somebody, it's like sitting down with one of those puzzle games in TESL where it's like there is a solution. You can win if you can come up with the right strategy. And Lord knows, enough people have pointed it out to me, and I don't begrudge them this, that I grumbled about losing a game when people were like, if you just played this, you won the game, or you missed lethal on this turn. So there were probably, I've said this before, probably 20% of the games that I probably could have won if I had just been a better player. Maybe higher. Maybe it's up to 50. I would say probably 40%. I'd like to say only about 40% of the games were winnable and I just screwed them up, but who knows? But in my head, I'm thinking, like, this game is set up to give me a challenge, but I should be able to, like a regular video game. Like, there's no video game in existence that I know of that nobody has beaten. Like, even something like Elden Ring that's, super hard, you've got people that beat that thing on the first day or maybe the second day. Of course, they did nothing but play the game, but like, every game is beatable. And so in theory, when you're playing, if you're looking at the game in that way, you're going, I should be able to win this game because it's me. It's like a video game. It's me against this nebulous entity, whether it's AI or in theory, a person. And so it aggravates you when you don't win. Whereas the reality is we're both on the same page. He's the hero of his story. I'm the hero of my story. I have no more right or advantage or propensity to win than he does. We're both playing the cards we're dealt. We both have strategies. We both have things we want to do. We both got good luck and bad luck, good draws and bad draws. It should be a simple thing. He just, he outplayed me. I think for me, it was also because my skill level wasn't great. I was less apt to see the strategy of how he, I think I got a little better watching you all play. But initially it was not seeing the finer points that made the outcome that was reached more logical or more feasible or more higher percentage. So it wasn't just blind luck. There was strategy. There were things. Some of it, just includes holding on to that one card, that silence or that whatever for the big, hey, I got my card. And it's like, I've been holding on to this just for that. And very good and aware players would notice. They'd be like, I'd watch other people when they're playing. They say, he hasn't touched that card. He's had that card, the third one from the left. So he's had that in his hand since turn 3 or since the mulligan, and he hasn't played it yet. It's got to be a big, either he can't play it because it's too big, or he's holding on to it for something. And depending on the kind of deck and depending on by context, you could say it's either this, or this. I'm pretty sure. I don't have an answer in my deck for this, so no, can't do anything. If that's that, then we lose the game. But if it's this, then I need to hold on to this card, or I need to be playing for this, or playing to this out. And I, again, the fact that I'm not as savvy with the game that other people are, I'm not able to appreciate the level of work or thought that goes into it. And so all I see is the prophecy. All I see is the top deck. And, and that is frustrating. When it feels like you're losing to pure RNG, it's quite frustrating. And I will say that about Magic. Magic didn't feel like I was getting screwed by RNG. I was getting screwed by evil, diabolical decks. Yes, Dano, I'm looking at you. Evil Dano, diabolical Dano. I don't know. I haven't seen your deck, but like I rarely felt like it was luck. I mean, now, yes, getting land screw. I don't know. There's technical terms for it, but getting nothing but land or nothing but critters, like that's bad luck, and that it stinks. But most of the time that I was losing, it was heir apparent deck. What are you gonna do? They just spit out a bunch of rabbits. And so unless you're running certain cards that can deal with that, i.e. multiple board wipes or whatever, they're just going to keep populating as rabbits do. And it's just a matter of when do you want to concede? Because there really is no answer for it, because they can block everything you can send out unless it's a flying creature. But usually, somehow, they have flying rabbits. I don't know where they pull those from. Their butts, probably. But somehow, it's an heir apparent deck, and yet they've got anti-air. But and again, my deck of choice involved big bodies. Big bodies. I like big bodies, big dragon bodies. Terror of the Peaks. Twin Flame Tyrant. By the way, Kui, that was the card I was trying to think of. Twin Flame Tyrant. Also, Rite of the Dragon Caller. Another card that I like a lot. I like those, and they're just going to have really crappy matchups, and a lot of the more mainstream, mainline decks were horrible matchups for my Dargans. So that's a very dreamy visage of Croatia. Like I said, Baldrick, leave me with my dreamy visions. Don't disenfranchise me. Let me believe that Croatia is all those things and more. Ridiculous indeed, Macro, indeed. Don't that's bad English. Don't take my English. Those are not well pronounced words on my part, but it's for fun. I just happened to walk in at the perfect time. I heard everything you just said, J Money. But what are you talking about? Talking about me saying hello? No, I stayed all the way. I'm talking about fixes as in cards that shouldn't belong in decks. That's what I mean, Jahai. So, right. LOL, and no, I love this community too, Incarnate, but I was more in line of the old timers. No offense. No, I know, Jahai. No. I am totally kidding. I don't take it personal. Trust me. Part of my hope was, hey, if we show there's enough people, maybe the old guys will come back. Because I've said it a million times. I started playing and recording only because nobody else was doing it. I'm not saying nobody, but I didn't see a lot of people do it. The people that I usually go to weren't doing it. So I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll do it. And I'm a poor substitute for those guys. So 100%, no offense taken. It was just funny the way it was put. Like I don't know if I'd come back. I'd come back if the cool kids played again, but that's which is, that's just the way it is. If I throw a party, nobody shows up. If my cool friend throws a party, everybody shows up. So everybody comes out to Brad's party, but nobody wants to party with Jeff. Of course, if you know me at all, a party that I threw would be lame as heck. Like, all right, everybody, we're just going to kind of settle into our beanbag chairs, curl up with a good book or, a game system or something. If you want to play Star Fox, I know a lot of people love Star Fox on the Super Nintendo. Great game. Let's all play some Star Fox, huh? Let's reminisce about the good old times, shall we? I got some Mario 1. Let's play some Mario 1. We can alternate 2-player where I play and then you play. We take turns like they do in the polite old days. Good stuff there. Good stuff. Let's play NBA Jam. Everybody loves NBA Jam. It's an arcade basketball game. Let's all play it together. We can take turns and have an official tournament. I've got it all written out on this notebook piece of paper. I drawn up the brackets and everything. It's a very short bracket. It's me versus this guy and for the championship. But hey, which I will say that was the one thing. The tournaments usually had a pretty good turnout. I shouldn't say much to my dismay. The part of me that was hosting the tournament, was putting it together, loved it. And the part that was like community engagement, loved it. The producer part of me, the part of me that had to edit it and spectate all the games at the random hours of the day, did not like it so much. It's like once we get to round 2 or 3, we're good, because then you're talking 8 down to 4 games down to 2. That's all manageable. But that first round of like 16 or 30, I think it was 16 games. It was 32 people, I think. It's like, oh my, 16 games. I didn't think this through. How am I going to spectate? And it wasn't 16 games. It was 16 matches. So up to 3. And then people were like, well, it should be best out of 7. I'm like, good gravy. No, I can't do 7 games. My gosh. So anyway, but we usually had a pretty good turnout with that. And really I felt bad because that was kind of the whole reason Discord was set up, was to facilitate making the tournaments easier. But after doing the first 1 or 2, I was like, this is a lot of work. And it could have made it easier if we went the old school route and said, okay, the tournament is on this day. This is the time. If you want to play, you got to show up at this time. Sorry, that's just the way it is. I mean, that makes it easier for the people doing the tournament, but it makes it really hard for people around the world to participate. And at least the community here, or the community that's on the Discord, is like, I don't know, 80% non-US, which means completely different time zones. We're having that problem now with Inu. We're trying to get tabletop Skyrim, but it's like we've got people, we're 8 hours apart. Some of us, 10 of us actually, from between Inu and Vincenzo is a 8 or 9 hour split. And so it's like, and then we all have different work schedules. Some of us, again, freelance. Some of us are 9 to 5. Some of us are weekends only. And so, yeah, just trying to coordinate stuff is just heck. So it does make it easier as a facilitator to just say, here's the date and the time, be there or be square. But then you have a lot of people that miss out. Which martial art did you think looks the coolest? Which do you think is the most effective? And which one would you take up? Also, is MMA, mixed martial arts, the best in your opinion? Good question, Macro. Unfortunately, I am woefully unable to answer it. I will say this, as cool and as fun as the grappling looks, to me, that is the least ideal, just because it doesn't in any way, shape, or form prepare you or help to deal with multiple attackers. As soon as you go on the ground, doesn't matter if you got them in a sleep hold, you got them in submission, whatever. If you've got more than one person, it's okay as a one-on-one, particularly if the person isn't armed, but otherwise, yeah. MMA, I respect. I don't watch a ton of it, but it's the real deal. Like I think it is. I think if there was a martial art that was actually as effective as it looks like in the movies and as they make it sound, we would be seeing. Now, I don't know for a fact, but I've not like. Who's the big guy? Brock Lesnar, I think he's a guy. And then there's the Irish guy, Conor McGregor, I think his name is. Like, the people that are winning are not like Bruce Lee students of, karate and okay, I'm not going to say any of the ones because I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, but they're not. I mean, now they incorporate some moves from there. They incorporate jujitsu. They incorporate, the holds and everything. Because again, it's one-on-one. It behooves you to have a ground game. When somebody takes you to ground or you take them to ground, you want to be able to grapple and to get them into submission because, that's a viable strategy for winning. But I feel like if any martial art was actually truly as badass and you're just like, oh, I flow like water, I don't know. If Bruce Lee were alive today, would he be viable in MMA? I don't know. I'd like to think so. I mean, I didn't necessarily grow up with Bruce Lee, but he was definitely like the guy, him and Mike Tyson. Oh, who would win, Bruce Lee or Mike Tyson? But I got to believe that if martial art masters of these different disciplines, now maybe, I could be wrong, maybe they're all of that discipline where they say, our art is not to be used for personal gain or glory. It's to be used for self-defense, never for attack. Like, it could very well be that the best of the best in martial arts don't participate in MMA fights. And so therefore we don't really know what they're truly capable of because they're too disciplined and they just don't, they're like, we didn't learn this to fight people for money and popularity. I would say that's a very slim possibility, but that is very possible. So I would say MMA probably just because it's proven out. It's just, you go one-on-one. This is what works. This is what's feasible. And this is what doesn't. These are the strategies that work. They're not flourishes. They're not fancy. They're not good. I mean, I don't think I've never seen a clip of a good looking MMA fight. A lot of the times I have to watch it in slow motion just to see when the guy actually hit him. It's like you just see this flash of a punch and the guy just head twitches and he drops. It's like all he did was hit him on the jaw. Well, that's really all it takes. I learned karate to a degree. I was only doing it for about a year. But that one starts by saying, if you can run, run. If somebody has a knife, you should probably run. You're more than likely not going to win against somebody with a knife. Even a knife, not even a gun, just a knife. If you can get out of there, get out of there. No one wins a fight. I've said that a million times. That was not beat into my head, but that was made very, very clear. And then it says, okay, but if you have to fight, here's what you do. And I liked it in that you got the kicks, you got the punches, you got ways to keep people at a distance, in theory anyway. Like there are certain kicks that somebody's charging at you, as long as you don't lock your knee, you could drop them in theory with a well-placed kick, or at least really mess up their attack trajectory. And then there's also, you learn, using your elbows and different things like that for close combat. And then there's a little bit of the grappling. It seemed to be a nice mix, but it is legitimately a self-defense discipline. It's not out there to help you win fights. It's there to try to get you to be able to defend yourself in multiple different kinds of situations, including multiple assailants. Again, you want to keep on your feet as much as possible. But this is all coming, again, about 1 year of very, not superficial, but not very deep training and very little exposure to multiple martial arts. So it's not really fair, I don't think, for me to say which one's the best. I just know, even from our class, I'm like, well, this is all great, but what happens when you're actually, what is it? Mike Tyson, I think, is credited with it, at least by some people. But that saying, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. I think there was somebody else who maybe said, everybody has a plan until they get invaded or something. I don't know. But the idea being, you can have all the technique and all the whatevers and until somebody just clocks you or, pulls a knife, and then it's like, okay, all that's out the door now. Everything is, it's a scrap for your life. So MMA to me is the closest you can get to a real fight and seeing what moves and what techniques actually work in real life. Whereas with martial arts, most of the time you're seeing, more restrained. They got the pads on. You can't hit in certain places. You can't fight dirty. And I know MMA I think you still can't punch people in the groin, and like you can't go super, you can't do, eye gouges, but as close as you can get without lasting damage, you can do. And I think that, to me, that's a little more accurate gauge of what actually is functionally possible and what is more viable. But that's my very long-winded answer. But either way, if any of the old timers come back or not, I'm pretty positive I'll be back to it. Make new friends, meet new people, and help others. Yeah, there you go, Jai. That's the spirit. But I mean, I hear you, Jai. Like I said, I mean, if we could spectate, it would go back to being the regular on Fridays. If I have to play, I'd probably do it for a little while. Like I said, I'd want to give them a shout out. I'd want to give them some time for people to see what they've done and to put that out there and say, hey, if you want to play, go here. And here are the names of the people that made this possible. They worked their butts off for no money, just the love of the game. All of us love the game, but here's the few people with the skills and the overlap of the love of the game who are able to manifest this and bring it back from the dead. Give them a hand. If you're going to play it, maybe, it's one of those things where you can play it for free, but if you want to throw them $7 or something to pay for the game, compensate for their time. I don't think they've asked for it, but it'd be a nice kind of thing to do. But I don't know if I would jump back in. Like you said, I would have, like, in a perfect world, in a world where people just have exponential time and they're willing to do it, have Tesla Classic or Tesla Original, however you want to say it, which is exactly Legends, exactly the way it was played the very last day. All the same cards, the same quantity, the same effects, everything. And then you have various versions with certain cards omitted, certain cards nerfed, certain cards, like a balance where you get, we've got great minds in the community. I think there are great minds that are fully capable of balancing, of remedying the imbalance of Legends. Now, not everybody's going to agree. I've heard people, I've got no problem with like these 6 cards. I'm like, they all need to be fixed. So I don't know how it would actually play out. I don't know how balances is achieved if everybody has a slightly different view of what that would take. But that's why you could have different versions. Hey, if you want to play a version with, where New Era is only a single card, you can play this. Now, the problem is then you have like 25 versions with all these different little tweaks, but you could say here is the updated version with a bunch of changes, some of them which you may agree with, some of them not, just like a regular balance patch. Some people did not like some of the balances that came out. I think most people appreciated them, but that would be the ideal, I think, so that you could have people that just love the game the way it is. And there's some people that are like, hey, I'd love the game if Invade isn't so ridiculous and annoying. And you go, okay, well, here's a version of the game where Invasion is nerfed even a little bit more. Anyway, but RL4 player commander game can be crazy fun. Oh, gotcha. For Magic the Gathering. The TG Arena Commander is, on the other hand, the most miserable. Oh, right, Baldrick. Yes. Yeah, I've heard. And I actually used to watch, there were several D&D channels that would actually do, they had a crazy setup. They had like a camera that would show all 4 people, like it would be from the head of the table. And so it was, you could see this person and this person. And then they'd have like an overhead camera so you could see the kind of the table, the state of the board in general. And then some of them, I think, even had like hand cameras where you could see what they had in their hand. But yeah, it was fun. They were all having a blast. Like nobody took it too seriously. And a lot of times they were purposely playing like kind of janky decks or kind of out there decks because they're just looking to have fun with it. So I will say, Commander, if I was going to play live, I probably would dig on Commander. And it's much harder. I think it dilutes the competitive tension when you have 4 people, because you can't necessarily go hard against everybody, because then they're just going to go, okay, well, this guy's a pain in everybody's butt. Let's get him out. You have to kind of make some alliances, kind of massage it a little bit and be like, all right, I could attack you, but I'm going to choose to attack you instead because it's in my best interest to ally with you at this point. Like, I think it facilitates negotiation, more interaction, more functional interaction. It's not just, let's talk about life as we play this game. It's more like, all right, what's in my best interest? Do I think you're lying, or do I'm putting my life in your hands? I think I would like Commander. And if I'm not mistaken, Kui, that's what you play, right? With your chums? But yeah, I played the arena version of Commander. I think it's called, I can't remember what it's called. It's called something other than Commander, but it's kind of the same thing. I was done in 3 turns. Like, it was, and it's not necessarily their fault, but it was like the amount of synergy that they had with a singleton deck was astronomical. Like, one card led into another. Every card they played was synergizing with another card. And it was just, they snowballed within 3 turns. And I'm like, I'm still looking for a viable card to play, period. All I've put down is 2 lands and a little dinky card. And this guy's going off on turn 3 on a singleton deck. Like, that shouldn't be possible. So I don't know if that's the same experience you had, but that was mine. Wow. And Carlos, again, it's a signature. It's a signature of Carlos. He comes in with a hot take, a stinky, wretched, smelly hot take, and then a hello. But hello, Froglos. Star Fox, it's garbage. Wow. Well, there was a guy who did the top 100, best top 100 SNES games. And I think he put Mario All-Stars at 100 because he gave a bunch of reasons. I'm like, oh, whatever. It's a remake. I get it. I don't think it should be 100. And he put Star Fox at like 98. And he's like, it was a huge deal. The SFX chip, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. It has to be on the list. But I didn't much care for it. And at the time, I didn't mind. And then I saw all the games that he thought were better than Star Fox. And I'm like, oh, hell no. No. Like, I'm willing to agree with you that Star Fox isn't for everybody. It's not game change. It's not the most amazing thing. And yeah, if you didn't play it at the time when it came out, then it's like me playing PlayStation games. PlayStation looks ugly as hell. It's clunky. It's ugly octagons. I think it's garbage. But if you played it at the time, you probably like it. Final Fantasy VII. It's a hot mess. It's ugly as sin. the little meatball sub that you ride around in the is it dirty green? Is it dirty brown? Is it dirty gray? It all looks dirty. It's all a bunch of jagged octagons or whatever. Star Fox looks so much better. Star Fox is clean. Granted, I will give you the frame rate on Star Fox can be atrocious. It's never great. It's playable for the most part, and then there's slowdown. The frame rate is not good on Star Fox. It's still fun to play. If you know how to barrel roll, there's a reason why that's a meme. Do a barrel roll. If you know how to barrel roll, Star Fox is amazing. The amount of control you have, the amount of things you can do, it's fun to fly around and fly through things. It's like flying an X-Wing, really. But it's an R-Wing, not an X-Wing. Anyway. But it's an R-Wing like R-Wing. It's a R-Wing. But anyway. So I'm fine with people saying, okay, it's not my top 10. But there was a bunch of hot garbage. You talk about the top 100 SNES games, Star Fox needs to be in the top 50. There are some adequate games on the Super Nintendo, but to put Star Fox at number 98 is just, it's ridiculous. But he's a young kid. He's like in his 20s or something. So I give him a break because he doesn't know any better. Once he becomes my age, he'll change. He'll get smarter. And when he gets smarter, guess what? He'll think like me. That's the way it works. I'm an open-minded guy. I'm a fair and generous person. But that is how it works. People who disagree with me, they're either younger and they'll get smarter, or they're older and they lost their damn minds. That's gospel. That's canon. Preach. Oh my God, that was perfect, Incarnate. You actually made me laugh so hard I just shed a tear. I don't know which part of it, what I said, but I'm glad. I'm glad I made you laugh. That is probably, for what I'm doing here, that is probably the greatest. I mean, other than just the dialogue and the back and forth, which is just fun in general. If somebody finds it hilarious, if it can make people laugh and give them genuine joy, that's about as much as I can hope for. So I'm pleased that it made you chuckle. You learned karate at what age and what belt are you? It was before I moved. It was before I moved to where did I go? Before I moved to Maine, actually. So I moved to Maine. Oh gosh, when was that? It's 28. No, I worked there. Yep, got that. 2018, 2019, somewhere around there. 2018 probably. I think it was 2018. So I was what? 18 plus 15, 28, 25, 20, 32, 33. Damn, has it really been that long? I think it has been that long. My gosh. Yeah, it was in my early to mid 30s. And I got to, gosh, what is it? I don't even remember the rankings. I think it started out white and then there's yellow and orange, or orange and then yellow. I don't even remember. I got to the top of one of them. I didn't get to green. I think I was close. I think I was learning the different, because you have to do the it's not the move set. It's like it's a series of moves that go into one into the other. It's more about focus and general movement. It's not like these are fighting moves per se. Like you're just doing blocks and blocks and this and this. And what you see them doing when a karate person is just doing a bunch of moves and they're by themselves in their little dojo and they're playing the dramatic music. And he's all sweating and it's like, and then he does this thing. And he's like beating up the wooden thing that's not hitting him back. You have to learn like forms. They're called forms, I believe. I learned you have to learn like 3 or 4 of those per belt. And then you have to learn, like I had the roundhouse and the jump drop kick, I think it is, and the whatever, and then you had I don't know. Anyway, I was probably getting close-ish to green belt territory, maybe, but safely we'll say yellow or orange. So not really very far. That's why I'm saying it was a dabbling in it. But I got to see the higher ups, and of course our teachers were showing us stuff. And there was a guy, there were 2 or 3 people that would be in our class sometimes that were in the higher. I think one of them was actually black belt. He was a young kid too. He was still in high school, but he was a black belt. And so I got to see what he was capable of doing. It's like, damn, if I could get that far along. Once we had a good MMA fighter, Mirko Krokop. He had a nasty leg kick. Yeah, I mean, leg. I feel like kicks are the most like they can be a little slow to come out, but if you got a quick kick, I mean the range. I mean, very few people are gonna outrange you with their arms against a kick, and those things, man. Again, if they connect, and I mean, just depending the punish on them. I mean, yeah, I guess it's just. I mean, it really depends. I mean, if you can catch somebody's leg, they're pretty much screwed because you can. I mean, there's ways to get out of it, but there's a lot you can do if you got somebody's leg locked in your arm. But yeah, that's a. All right, I'm gonna dip. Nice chatting with you. Indeed, Macro. Indeed. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. Again, good to see you. Oh, I hated the A Guardians, the Invade. Oh, Allied Guardians. Yes, the Invade. When you start to know it becomes manageable, but Guardians. Yeah. Well, Invade is manageable if they didn't have Invasion Party on curve. If they had Invasion Party, you were really going to have a hard time. And if, God forbid, they had two, or they started using other cards to augment that to bring back the actions or whatever. Invasion Party was ridiculous. There were a lot of ways you could handle Invade, but if they had, I would even say what do you call it? Not a great draw, not a crappy one, a moderate draw. They could go off very easily with zero. Like the AI could play it, for crying out loud. Very, very simple. That was a bummer of it. It just, you start snowballing keywords, and it honestly depended on what deck you were running. If you were running cards with execute or decks with execute and ways to take out, that had multiple ways to take out a gate. But if you didn't have a way to take out a gate and you weren't hyper aggro, you're trying to play a mid-range game against, because I think most, especially in Guildsworn, most of those were wired or had a late game, which was, again, just keep spitting out any card that you invaded with or that had invade, usually could do something else. Draw a card, invade, eliminate a card, invade. And it was ridiculous. But yes, the Guardians, particularly in combination with Telvanni, because they almost always had Debate Experiments, which is just horrible, and then ways to copy Debate Experiments, and you're just filling the board. So unless you had New Era, you're playing Empire. That's the only way you could do dirtier. Use New Era against Guardians, you're kind of screwed. Yeah, especially when paired with Graveyard Loops. Yep, that's another. I can't wait to go back. To be honest. My all-time favorite card, and always will be, Winterhold Illusionist. Let me refresh myself. I think that's the guy. Is he the one that's like, the illusion mage never surrenders or something? He was in Willpower, and like half his body was transparent, and he could blink. Like he would take a card off the board and then bring it in later. Is that who it is? Winterhold. Yep, that's him. I knew it. I remembered. It's been so long. Yep, that's him. Yeah, he was one of those cards where, I personally didn't see his utility until I saw how other people used him. And it was like, I mean, he fixes so much stuff. Staticus, you got a creature that's shackled, which usually that wasn't a permanent thing, but, shackled or had been silenced, or, your opponent had a guard in the lane or whatever. Like he had a lot of versatility. He's ugly as sin. He's got a, well, I'm not going to refer to the piece of anatomy that his head reminds me of, but he wasn't the sexiest guy, but he definitely had some pretty good utility. And that's cool, Jai, that you can actually pinpoint that, because I remember somebody asked me what my favorite card was, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I couldn't pinpoint just one. And then there's the obvious Encano, Tazcad, legendaries, are an obvious choice. But I think he was either an epic or he might have even been a rare, right? He's a common. Look at you. Favorite card is a good old common, which, I mean, to be fair, that's, Lightning Bolts were commons. There were a lot of Well, no, I mean, I was going to say Wardcrafter, but she was rare. But yeah, I mean, that's cool. You could say definitively, but man, that's my favorite card. Me, I'm just like, I'm always torn. I'm like, well, I really like this card, but only in this deck. Or I really like this Archer card, but but I like Sorcerer decks. I just can't pick one. They're all so wonderful. Lagmeister, dogpiling in with Carlos, the hot take team. The hot take tag team. Star Fox should have been number 1,749. Hey, if Lagmeister, if you could come up with 1,748 Super Nintendo games that were objectively better than Star Fox, impossible, then sure. But like I said, even in a top 100, Star Fox is in the top 50. There's just no way. Unless you're a video game Philistine with no taste and no soul, Star Fox needs to be there. I mean, just the music. Like, the guy didn't even talk about the music. The music is phenomenal. It's gorgeous music. And it looks so much better than so many PlayStation games. And N64 games. Now, Star Fox 64 takes the cake. Star Fox 64 is superior in every way. Smoother. I mean, it's a wonderful game. You can't beat Star Fox 64. But we don't get Star Fox 64 without Star Fox. And it wasn't like Star Fox 64 was like, went way off and reinvented it. All it did was polish up a little bit what Star Fox did. So, if you hate Star Fox, fine, but you're weird. That's all I'm going to say. We were just talking earlier about how do you respect, or do you need to respect someone's opinion when it's stupid? And I think as a consensus, we said you don't have to. I'm not saying anything. I'm not implying anything. Just saying, just giving you a review of what happened earlier in the stream, fellas. That's all. Even just a nerf would have that would banish them once dead and can't be copied or something. Yeah. Beowulf, I agree. And I think that's even true for Magic. I think the graveyard is, or resummons. Bringing things back from the dead. Cards that have already been played. I'm not going to say I don't like the mechanic as a whole. I just think it's very easy to exploit. Like the things that make it cool, the main things that make it, oh wow, you can do this. I think it's really, really hard to effectively balance that ability because it's very rare, especially when you've got cards that put stuff in the graveyard for you in both Magic and probably Eternals, I'm guessing too. But also in Legends, the downside doesn't seem to be, it seems like a huge upside with a minimal downside. Like I don't see, whereas like a combo deck, you've got to be able to survive for a significant amount of turns against aggro and even mid-range. You have to find, tutor, bring out X number of cards in order to pull it off. And you can't really play them one at a time. But like with things in the graveyard, unless you're a deck that happens to have cards that interact, like what do they call it? Not expedite. Banish, I think maybe is the word. I thought it began with EX, excommunicate or something, where you can effectively, like, which is stupid. It's like, okay, you've got your discard pile. Now I'm going to make sure your discard pile is forever gone. It's like, well, it kind of should be already, but I was like, no. Now it's super, super dead. Now you can't bring, unless you have a card that can reverse the super, super dead status. It's just, but then again, then you have to put cards in your deck that build around just resurrect. And I think that's it. And I could be speaking out of my butt here, but I feel like kind of like Invade to a degree where it forces you to play cards in your deck that are only really good against, like having a card that gets rid of your opponent's graveyard is worthless in probably 70-80% of the games you play. But you got to have that in there just in case you come across a graveyard deck. Like the card has no utility, has no use if the player is not going to access their graveyard, has no intention of accessing their graveyard. You've just wasted a card. And if you only have 50 cards in your deck, that's kind of a bummer, but it forces you just to play those kinds of cards just so that you have a chance, because if you can't banish the deck and you're watching, you know what's happening. You watch them, oh, they just put this card in their graveyard. They put this card. Oh, they just dumped 20 cards in their graveyard. Pretty sure all they need is that unsummon cards from your graveyard and put them all on the board, and your opponent's graveyard and put those all on the board. And hey, you win the game. You know it's coming. You just can't do anything about it because you can't interact with the graveyard. It's crap, I tell you, crap. Yeah, see? But I agree. N64 is a fecal matter dumpster fire. Wow. Now I have the feeling you're just being silly, Lagmeister. Now, I don't disagree with you. I have literally, I keep saying literally, I have exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, I think 10, exactly 10 N64 games. And 2 of those I don't think I'll ever play. Majora's Mask and, well, play again. Majora's Mask and Castlevania. And the other ones, most of them I haven't played. The only 3 that I really like of the N64 era, Diddy Kong Racing, Star Fox. Am I okay with GoldenEye? Yeah. Not anymore. I like GoldenEye back when that was the only game in town, but tank controls, I don't want to mess with those now. And it looks horrible. It is horrible to play now. I didn't play it enough as a kid to get the nostalgia goggles. So really it's 2 games, Diddy Kong and Star Fox. Mario 64 as a concept, but again, I never played it back then. So it just looks, I mean, Sunshine looks exponentially better, and it's only 1 console later. So I'll grant you that. But I think that applies to all consoles of that generation. All 2 of them. N64. Wait, was Xbox One? When did Xbox One come out? Not Xbox One, I'm sorry. Just Xbox. First Xbox release date. 2001. '95. Oh, wait, no. North America on 2020. Wait, what? No, okay. North America in 1995. So I don't think they were in the same generation. Okay, yeah. So PlayStation and N64 were comparable. Those were the only 2 systems in town, I think. Oh no, wait. Dreamcast was that Dreamcast or was that Saturn? I want to say, oh, Dreamcast was after that. So it was Saturn then? So Sega was not even in the conversation at this point. Yeah, so it was Sega Saturn, which is a big fart in church. Like that didn't even make it out the door. That was god awful. And then N64 and PlayStation. And PlayStation was a hotness. Oh, it's on a CD. Oh, look, it spins around. It's a little piece of plastic. Woo. That's all it was. It was a fad. It was a craze. People were like, it's a CD. It's so cool and hip and trendy. Cartridges are so blasé. But they all look like crap. They were the Ataris of the 3D world. They were proof of concept, and they looked like proof of concept. So I agree with you, Lagmeister, but I expand that to that entire console generation. Nothing like playing a card on the board and making something else disappear, rather, if it's on your side of the board or mine. Exactly, Jahai. That's the other thing, too, the versatility in that. It could be, okay, you've got lethal on the board, and you got a giant weapon on this creature, but yoink, away they go, and now you can't play them next turn. Or, oh wait, Legends, you could do that, right? You couldn't play them. They couldn't attack on the turn, but if they were on the board. But no, he brings them back at the end of your turn, right? They're still playable. But yeah, anyway, yeah, to your point, yes. And just the amount of utility that card had was pretty impressive. So I think it's probably, I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and say it because, I mean, really, who's going to come at me? I think that's the most underrated common card there is. Huh? I'd go so far as to say that. It's a common, for crying out loud. Look at all that versatility you get. Although there probably are some other commons that are comparable. I should have brought a PS1 instead of an N64. No, Lagmeister, no, you're going from crap to crappier. Like, I mean, N64 was, up until the Switch 2. N64 was the most disappointing Nintendo console. Now, it could have been my age. I was 18 at the time. I was too cool for school and going to college. Like I was still playing F-Zero. Like me, I think I mentioned it. Me and my friend Joe Bruss. Joe Bruss would stop by on his way to class. We'd do time trials, try to get the fastest time for F-Zero. Did that for an entire semester, just back and forth, setting the low score. Loved it. My friend was playing Mortal Kombat, whatever it was on the N64. It looked like crap. I was like, oh, I'll watch you play. I'm not really interested in that. It looked horrible. It just looked bad. Even back then, my 18-year-old brain was going, we can do better. And I look at my Super Nintendo and I'm like, there's the proof. It's better. But whatever. The only console game I ever enjoyed was the time I played Shining Force on Mega Drive. That was the upgrade of the Sega, right? The Sega Mega Drive. I could take the console home on weekend to test it after a customer complaint. That's how old I am. Wait, no, Mega Drive. No, Beowulf, come on now. You're my age or close to it. You might be a few years older. It may be, but if you were talking about ColecoVision or Intellivision or whatever it was called, Telecom or even Atari, really, then I'd go. But the Mega System, that's wait. Oh no, or was that the precursor to the Sega? Because the Sega was called the Master System, if I'm not mistaken. Mega Drive. Mega Drive. Yeah. Okay, so that's the Genesis. Now that, my friend, would date you, I think. Most of us called the 16-bit Genesis or the 16-bit Sega the Genesis. To call it the Mega Drive, but then again, I guess that what it was called in Germany, the Mega Drive. I mean, obviously it's kind of called that here, but I mean it says it right there, Genesis. So yeah, well, but now you're saying you did it when you were working, and I guess that would put you a little bit lower. Cause I was doing a paper route when I had a Super Nintendo. So yeah, so when Genesis was the hotness, I was not old enough to work. But Shining Force or Shinning Force. Oh my gosh. Oh, that artwork. I mean, it's not bad. It's definitely like turn-based. Oh, it was RPG. Really? I thought it was a beat 'em up. Oh my gosh. So this was the knockoff of, what was it called? Dragon's Quest? Let's see how it, the page isn't working. Fix it. Fix it. I just got to take a quick look at the comments, because usually in the comments you can tell. Pick up the gong, the monk egress out of the first battle. Okay, that's not helpful. Max actually bullies a poor man. Still remember pre-ordering a copy of Final Fantasy, first RPG I ever played. Shining in Darkness was decent on Sega Genesis. Fundamental lack of representation for Shining Force even now. Delayed promotions only really affected spellcasters because they learned. Game treats unpromoted level 12. Why is there all these technical comments? Where's the normal, like, this game sucks, this game's awesome? There we go. This is the best game in the Shining series. Okay, well, that might not be saying a whole lot. Love this game. Huge fan of SF1. I mean, I'm guessing if people are watching it, it's because they love it or they have no clue about it. I love the anime designs of the characters. Yeah, and you look, you can't judge the value of one game based on what else is out there. I just know, like, that was the hotness time for Final Fantasy and the Dragon Quest series and everything like that. So I guess maybe it's comparable. But yeah, I'm not quite as well. I'd never heard of it until you brought it up. But yeah, let's not age ourselves. But the only console game, other than that, always a PC gamer. Gotcha. PC all day for F consoles. Oh, Lagmeister. See, you see how Beowulf did it? Always a PC gamer. Lagmeister jumps in there. PC all day. Okay, fine. Consoles, he says. That's what you call stirring the pot, sir. You're a pot stirrer. But we console players, we're a level-headed bunch. You know, the Xbox players, the PlayStation, we all have class. Well, I don't play either of those. But in theory, they have class. You know, we consoles, Nintendo up to, but not including the Switch 2, we have class. We're classy gamers. PC, you guys are salty and evil and mean. You do janky nonsense with your glitches and your what have yous and your save states and your change the thing from the menu screen and I put a save file in here and a duplicate of this because I can mess with my files. Whereas we console players, we're purists. You know, you don't add anything to our console to our cartridges. They are what they are. You want to cheat the system, you got to buy a Game Genie or you don't cheat at all. Consoles are for people who like to break the rules to supplement their terrible gameplay. Console players are the real deal. We are in the trenches, dealing with reality the way it's provided to us, not the way we want it to be. Can I get an amen? Probably not. I think at this point I am the only person with that opinion, which is mostly BS opinion anyway, but whatever. I can be a pot stirrer too. N64 should be in the trash next to Star. Wow. Of course it was Carlos. I thought I'm going to judge. I'm going to try to figure out who said the comment based on the comment. And yeah, within seconds, I'm like, well, he's addressing Lagmeister, so it's not Lagmeister. So it must be Carlos. N64. Let me say this with N64 should be in the trash next to Star Fox. Mario All-Stars. And on the list, that owl on the list is crazy, though, even if it is a remake. I'm in my insane mind. I'm saying things. You need to listen to me because I'm got the thing in my brain that does the things. I play on PlayStation because that's a cool name. It's what cool people call their stuff because you play on it and it's a station. Lagmeister? Oh, that's true, Froglos. Oh, I bet J Money has an N64 shrine in his house like Helga from Hey Arnold. Whoa. somehow embarrassing himself with that quote. Come on, man. If you're going to dig that deep, you got to go Doug. But Hey Arnold? The kid with the football for a head? Nah, man. That's not classic enough. He's a little too niche for that to qualify as a significant burn. All right, I'm off too. Good to see everyone. Enjoy your weekend. Oh, I see. Spray and pray, eh, B-Wolf? Run in here, condemn all consoles, and then bail out. You didn't even get to hear my repartee. That's fine. I'm still 20 minutes behind the gosh darn chat. But B-Wolf, good hanging out, and I will contact you. Sure, you're not here. I don't know why I'm saying this, but if you happen to watch this part of the stream, I will find you. I will contact you about next Friday and doing some Eternal shenanigans. Froglos, are we streaming today? I'm about to take a nap and be fashionably late. Yep, that's it, Incarnate. Yeah, okay. Man, I am so far behind. I'm sorry, Jahai. I'm sorry, all of you. Like, you guys aren't even that far ahead. I'm just not getting there fast enough. We stream tomorrow. Oh, we are. I think he was a rare. Yeah, common. Yeah. I literally said every game on the SNES is better than Star Fox. Well, I don't care if you literally said it or not. You're literally wrong. Coming from someone that is bad at games and has a bad taste, that means a lot, J Money. Wait, so that would be you, right? Because it's coming from you. Coming from someone who's bad at games. Nailed it, yeah. And has bad taste. You've made that evidently clear. That means a lot. Comma, J Money. Damn, that was a little too mean, Lag. Go take a nap. Yeah, somebody's a little cranky. Someone's a little cranky. I've had a rough day and going on 3 hours of sleep. What, did you try to beat Metroid another 12 hours and couldn't do it? Huh? Couldn't get Samus to take off more than her helmet, eh? It's all right, Lagmeister. It's fine. Don't take it personal. She just doesn't know you all that well because you took too long to beat it. Okay, none of that works well together at all. Let's move on. Yes, bring it back, but any weapons or armor on that creature goes bye-bye. Right, exactly. Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, that is true. I mean, like, it would bring back the ward. It was a bummer if you needed to use it against a card that you already used like a silence on, because it brings them back. But really, I mean, I remember a lot of times it was to remove a guard. Because doesn't it bring it back in the other lane? I think that's the other thing too. It doesn't just bring it back on the board. I think it brings it back in another lane. So if you were guarded up and your opponent had like 4 attack cards, and then you play that because you're kind of an aggro or maybe token, perhaps willpower deck, and you adios the guard, it's going to pop back at the end of your turn in the other lane. Your 4 guys can go to town. N64 can only hold 64 megabytes, while PlayStation can have multiple discs. I mean, if ever there was a nerd argument to make, Lagmage, look, we gamers are kind of nerdy. I get that. I'm including myself in that. But when we're making arguments, it's best to avoid things like megabytes, because look, if you can fit a classic like Ocarina of Time on 64 megabytes, like, that beats the snot out of like 99.999%, perhaps 100% of any PlayStation game. So you say 64 megabytes, but if they're able to crank out a masterpiece like that on 64 megabytes, you really can't. That's really not a downside. And it sounds too technical. It's like, you know, I don't picture you as somebody with glasses, but it's that little glasses emoji guy. It's like, well, actually, it can only have 64 megabytes, where the PlayStation can have cool discs. Like, it just doesn't work, Lagmeister. You gotta beef up on that. Like, if 64, if people said, oh, it has no good games because it was limited, it's fine. But who wants to spend 3 discs on something garbage like Final Fantasy VII when you can get all the game you need in one tight little cartridge, Ocarina of Time, or GoldenEye, or Star Fox, or Majora's Mask? Like, it's not my cup of tea, but a lot of people like, or Mario World. These are all masterpieces. These are all irreplaceable gems of console magnificence. And they didn't need 3 discs to tell a decent story. Mario has more plot development than Final Fantasy VII. 64 megabytes of story beats bazillions. And if he was on the board beforehand, you could trigger him again and poof, you're dead. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He was a crafty one. I don't think I disliked him because he didn't ruin enough games for me, but that's what made it so frustrating when he did. Like, that little bastard just sank my entire gameplay right then and there. Usually because I don't think there was necessarily I think a control deck might run a copy or 2 of them in there, but like, there wasn't a deck that he was just ubiquitous with. I mean, maybe a mid-range, again, 1, maybe 2 copies. So you really couldn't necessarily play around him. You never expected to see him. He could just kind of pop in there and just wreck your world at any given moment. He had that much swing. F-Zero, now we're talking. You want to talk about amazing music? Yes. Thank you, Carlos. Finally, you're making sense, sir. Yes. Now, I don't think it ends with the music track, but yes, almost all of F-Zero's tracks are phenomenal. Just really. Big Blue, great. The opening one, Mute City, ironically enough, a level called Mute City has an awesome soundtrack. But yeah, now again, it does suffer a little bit because they're very short. Because I think it's like almost like a 1 loop of the music per lap kind of pacing. So for like some of the longer ones, like Firefield, you're gonna run into it. But I'm in right now. Was it White something? It was 2. They had 2 snow levels in Queen difficulty or Queen League. There's 2 back-to-back ice levels, and they have some really cool kind of snowy. I don't know how do you say snowy, or icy, but really cool thematic songs. There might be a few that I'm like, but most of them were great. And that was a launch title. Things just got better from there. And that was another one. That was not, I don't think that was in his top 50, folks. This guy, man, he seems really cool. He seems like a fun dude. And I watched the video, so obviously it wasn't all that bad. But I think with like 3 exceptions, I would have swapped his top 50 with my top 50. Or no, I would have swapped his top 50 with his bottom 50. I don't even remember what his number 1 was. I think it was an RPG. That's another thing too. This guy was, one of those nerdy RPG guys. Beowulf is gone, right? He's gone? Okay, yeah. Yeah, he's a nerdy RPG guy. I say that, but I'm looking to jump into some JRPGs here pretty soon. So, of course, most of the ones in his top 20 were all going to be RPGs of some kind. I think Mario RPG was the only one that he had in the top 20 that I agreed with. Everything else, I'm like, come on, man. Having 3 on the board was insane. It was like walking through any stronghold or wall you could come across. Now, wait, Jahai, how did you said, so if you had at least 2, you could unsummon him and bring him back. And then what, at the end of the turn, he would unsummon him? I don't know. What was, no, yeah, okay. But I see what you're saying. But it was also it was the amount of times you could have 3 of those on. Well, I guess if you played a single or a mono color or even like a 50 card, I guess you could have 3. I rarely saw that many. Usually I only saw 1 or 2, but they really came in at the worst possible times. And it's a card slot of players have least expected for you to have in your deck. Exactly, John. Yes, you said that 20 minutes ago, but I agreed with you 20 minutes later without even realizing it. And it only brings it back at the end of the turn, which was plenty of time for me to make my move. Yep. What's this Skyrim Ethereal or what? Apparently, Dano, it is, where we go? Let's see if we go back to it. Let's get the record straight. It's not ethereal. I know you don't know, but like everybody was throwing an extra A in there and nobody fixed it. Everybody was always saying, there we go. And Enderal. It's, apparently it's the, oh, now you're getting audio over it. Apparently this is it uses the engine, oh wait, why is that off the screen? Oh, whoops. My bad, y'all. You were only getting part of the screen. There we go. And that's just, oh no, it is. There we go. It uses the Skyrim engine, but it is not Skyrim. It uses the world, it uses the assets, but it's a whole different thing. It looks like it's got zombies in it somewhere. I mean, they did a much better job of the faces. The people actually look like people and not ridiculous things. Like you see here, this gal actually like looks, I mean, really, that's all it takes. Skyrim. Like, I don't know how you make such ugly characters organically. I mean, it looks like there may be some Skyrim-ish elements, but yeah, it's a zombie. It's got zombies in it. But yeah, I don't know much about it. I just heard it was really good. It was several people vouched for it being awesome. It's free. If you have Skyrim, you can play it for free. And I think mod requires that you own the Skyrim Special Edition. So as long as you got the Skyrim Special Edition, you can download it install it for free. $7, you get all the DLC apparently. And, oh no, that's for the soundtrack. You could probably just get all the DLC without it. It's fan made, but yeah, deeply satisfying game that is as masterful as it is impressive. So yeah, like many, well, sure AI. So it's free to play, but it wasn't just like I don't know. I don't know much about it other than it's apparently really good. And a lot of people like it. And it may be playable on the Steam Deck if you're into that sort of thing. Hey, very ouch. I don't know what you mean, Froglos. I'm sure you're talking about something Lagmeister said. Oh, my Power Ranger helmet back to him. Hey, Lagmeister, when the cost of that helmet isn't going to YouTube because they're... I don't understand that. I really don't understand... When you get direct support from people, how they can say, nope, it's going to us instead. Because we arbitrarily said you need 1,000 people and you've got 960. That's not 1,000. You're 40 people short. So you don't get the support that you're being offered. When that comes back available, I will. Well, no, it's not even a Power Ranger helmet. Now, you Power Ranger fans, my gosh, just as bad as them Pokemon fans. I gotta catch them all. Goodness gracious. Well, Whoa, hey, I beat it in 327 with 80% item collection, J Money. But was it enough, Lagmeister? Was it enough to get a halfway decent ending? Or did you get the, hey, participation, congratulations, you played the game? You didn't play it well. You didn't dominate. You just didn't completely suck. When I beat it with a walkthrough and a map, I got the best ending. So there. Face it, J Money. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. Face it, J Money. PlayStation 1 is, or PS1. You know what PS stands for? Well, it's actually POS. You know what that stands for? PS1 is better. So what if Nintendo made a few good games, like a dozen or 2 dozen or a billion? Who cares? They got to make something decent eventually, even if it is the same recycled game from 40 years ago. Because Ocarina of Time is just like Legend of Zelda. It's the same game, just polygony. Unlike Resident Evil, which is the same nonsense 16 times, we're just going to run that into the ground. Oh, look, it's a zombie coming. I got to shoot the zombie. I don't have enough bullets. I'm getting eaten by the zombie. That's a real game. Lara Croft totally wasn't just the sex appeal of the half-naked octagon that sold the damn game. It was the great gameplay and the engaging story. Goodness gracious me. Goodness gracious. Spoken like a true Power Rangers fan. I had all 3 copies of my deck. I didn't play much of them because I was always in construction and making a deck that was ridiculous with him. And not so much a meme deck. I got you. At the end of turn, his ability triggers. Having 3 was funny as hell. Wait. It wasn't on summon? Oh, wait a minute, Lagmeister. Hey now. Do not. That's a lie. That's liable. That's slander. I never said I did not like Chrono Trigger. Never said it. Never. Those words have not even come close to coming out of my mouth. I didn't finish it because I got sidetracked by a lot of other things. But you know what? Well, crap. I was going to say it's right here next to me, but it's not. But I've got it. And once I beat Zelda, that might be the next game I play. But I think Chrono Trigger, from what I saw, it's good. It's a good game. All right? Chrono Trigger's fine. Beats the stuffing out of Final Fantasy VII and Tifa. But I've never besmirched Chrono Trigger. Never. I believe his ability always triggered at the end of the turn, so you didn't need another card to trigger him. Oh, I didn't realize that. Maybe, Jahai, maybe that's because everybody always played him. He was always the coup de grace. He was always the winning condition. And maybe, goodness gracious, this would be the most embarrassing scenario is they played him, and every time they played him, I'm like, freaking A. Game over, and I just conceded because they ruined I was aggro, and they took my primary card off the board, my winning condition off the board. And then they were going to win the next turn anyway or something. I don't know. I don't think I did that, but I don't think I ever saw one stick on the board long enough to know that it was a... Did it really? I mean, it was your favorite card. So if you say it triggered at the end of every turn. So if it was on the board, it triggered every turn. It wasn't a summon thing where you play it. And because I know, doesn't it? I thought it was you play him and then you select a card to banish. That card goes away and then you have your turn. And then once you're done, the card comes back in the other lane. I thought that's how it worked. And you're saying that you do that, and then the next turn, if they haven't gotten rid of or silenced him, at the end of the turn, but that's a summon effect, right? I can't even remember his name now. Oh, Nut Bunnies. Nut Bunnies. Illusion Mage. No, that wasn't it. That was what he called himself, but... Like I said, I'll take your word for it if that's not the right. Nope, I got the name wrong. Dang it. He calls himself, he's like the Illusion Mage, blah, 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 something. Anyway, that's crazy though. I didn't realize he just did that in perpetuity. J Money is bad at Resident Evil confirmed. I mean, how come people like zombies so much? What is the infatuation with decomposing, rotting flesh that moves at a snail's pace? Really? Well, what is it? What is it innately in people? Maybe that's a good conversation for the next stream. But like, what is it about zombies? They're gross. They're ugly. They're stupid. They're slow. They're brains. Well, what is it about them that is so fascinating that people love? The Resident Evil. Are you going to champion the dialogue? How amazing the dialogue from Final Fantasy was? Not Final Fantasy. I'm sorry. Well, that dialogue is kind of meh too. But like Resident Evil, some of those painful dialogue you can deal with. And the first game, the controls are so janky. Like Resident Evil 2 apparently was okay, but I couldn't even be bothered. And then it was like just rinse and repeat for the next like 25 entries and then make a bunch of crappy movies about it. But zombies, they're so lame. Like literally. They're gimpy. Or maybe it was just the end of the turn, but on 3 board, major opponent very weak. Well, yeah, Jai. I mean, I think 1 was enough to. Wait, what is it you think? This is your favorite card, Jai. You're supposed to be an expert on this guy. How in the world do you think you were building a deck based on him? What do you mean? You can't question his mechanics. You need to know with absolute certainty. It's Tiffany, not Tiffany. Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, now hang on, let me check before I say this because I don't want to look foolish, which is not something. Oh, damn. You notice something there, Lagmeister? You notice something there? You brought up Tiffany with 2 F's. Tiffany. That's 1 I. I'm sorry, 1 F. It's not Tiff. Tiff. Tifa. If it was 2 F's, then it might be Tifa. But with 1 F, you can't compare Tiffany with 2 F's and Tifa. Oh gosh, now you got me talking like a goober. It's spelled differently. The way the consonants and the vowels work together. And look, she looks too good to be a Tifa. Tifa looks like Tifa. Who wants to hang out with Tifa? Tifa can, we don't want Tifa over here. Tifa can go away. Tifa, on the other hand. Tifa, now that's Tifa right there. All right, I feel like I'm straying into awkward territory. Let's see. I can't hear it, but let's see that. Let's see. Oh man, come on. That was no commercial for this stupid thing.
Oh, you the Geico Gecko! I filed a claim for my car with the guy.
Tifa.
What was that, sir? Say it again, please.
Tifa.
You don't say. Let me turn it up a little bit more. One more time, please.
Tifa.
There you go. Thank you, sir. No further questions. So there you have it. The mechanical electronic voice doesn't lie. Your logic is all wrong, J Money. It's all wrong. You're all wrong. Why am I drinking out of the toilet? What happened? You get the number of that bus that just hit me. Been so long, I might be getting it wrong. Oh boy. Winterhold Illusionist. There we go. Winterhold Illusionist. Elder Scrolls. Let's read the card. The card will... that's in Magic the Gathering, right? That's the phrase. Read the card. It's on the card. Summon. So it's a summon effect. Another creature disappears and returns at the end of the turn. So I think it was only activated... that was a summon thing. So you could, if you could play another Winterhold Illusionist, then I think you could activate that on a Winterhold Illusionist. Or if you could do a Dark Rebirth. I think that's the combo I saw a lot. Dark Rebirth on Winterhold Illusionist. Or, there's any number of cards that could trigger it a second time, but it was a summon, which means that's not every turn. Jai, I was impressed, sir. I was so impressed. I gushed. I was like, oh my gosh, you know what your favorite card is. That's amazing. And it's a common. Like, who thinks of that kind of thing? It's so obscure and so wonderful and magnificent. And then you're like, then you make them that would be the most overpowered card in the world. As a common? Jai, seriously. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, you've lost your mind. Oh my gosh, I take it all back. It's a crazy person. No, he does it. He does it every turn. And then he doubles his health and his power every turn. I'm pretty sure next turn he becomes a 6/6 and then a 12/12 and then a 24/24. I'm pretty sure that's how he works because he's the Winterhold Illusionist. He's my favorite card, so of course he does all those cool things. No, it just says something. So here's where you're confused, Jai. So, like I said, as I remember, you summon him, you play him, and when you summon him, when you put him on the board, it says choose a card to a creature disappears. You select the creature. So he hits the board, and you can either choose your creature or your opponent's creature, and he unsummons them. That's on the summon. At the end of the turn, that card comes back. So the summon, you banish the card, you remove the card, whichever card you choose. When this card hits the deck, it's gone. And then I guess unless somehow Winterhold, which again, because you don't have any way to combat people act proactively on their turn, you're not going to lose the Winterhold Illusionist on the turn. But if you could, like say, I guess maybe if you hit a prophecy and I don't think that's ever happened, but so let's say you're playing against intelligence and you use your Winterhold Illusionist, you banish a guard from your opponent's field lane that allows you to hit face. You hit face, you trigger a prophecy, a lightning bolt. You hit the Winterhold Illusionist. He's gone. That card doesn't come back. I don't think, because he's not there. But under most conditions, he banishes at the beginning of the turn, and the card returns at the end of the turn. So if you wanted to attack somebody's face, and get a guard out of the way, he adioses Manticora at the start of your turn. You hit him with the cards you have in that lane, and more than likely your opponent's dead at that point. But if he's not, then at the end of the turn, Manticora comes back. Which I guess that would really be a crappy target because in theory, then the Manticora has his destroy a card in any lane attack. So in theory, if you're going to use him as an aggro deck or as an enabler of that, you want to use him on, like you want to have lethal there, unless you're going to manage a creature that doesn't really have a good summon effect of its own. Please, Jade Money, I need an English lesson. Tifa sounds like she has giant dentures. Sorry, wait a minute. Please, Jade Money, I need an English lesson. I am a nincompoop. Please instruct me with the Englishness. Tifa sounds like she has giant, big old dentures. Is that the word? No, I'm thinking of another word. I can't summon it in my brain because I'm a Winterhold Illusionist and I don't summon. I summon things all the time, but actually only one time. We all know AI can't read. Well, apparently. Well, I tried. Okay, it was just summons. I'm old. That's my excuse. Your conviction. Like, I love this card. It does amazing things. Well, it does half of what I said it does. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know if they could. I don't know. That seems like, I don't know. I feel like there are cards that have a status effect that triggers every turn. And if you like, oh, what's the guy? There's another one. Perfect example. There's that 6-cost 3/3. I don't remember his name now. Tutor. Was it Nah, it's not Atronach. I spelled that wrong. Whatever. Tutor. There he is. So here you go. He's an epic. 6-cost 3/3. Same teeny little body. But on the summon, shuffles those 3 Lava Atronachs. When you summon an Atronach, summon a copy of it in the other lane. But it doesn't say there, but that ability goes for every single turn. So I think if the summoner was an epic, maybe even a 5, he could still be a 5 cost. Which maybe that's why he's not. Maybe that's why he's so low. Such a low. That's why he's a common. Because that's a 5 cost. I didn't even look at the cost. 5 cost, 3/3 body. Again, like you said, very, very, very adaptable to many different situations. Great card. Again, I think it's great that you picked that one. But I think that cost is probably why it's not. And I don't know that you could really decrease the cost, even if you made it like an epic, and have it activate the summon on every turn. That'd be cray-cray, I think. J Money has become drunk with power. Well, you're just drunk, so hey, we get along just fine. This is actually tea. I'm abstaining from the alcoholisms. But yeah. I kind of stopped watching top 10 lists and everything, or top 100 lists, because it really it is so dependent. And I mean, it's a good question. Like, do you rank games based on the context of their place in history, or do you rank them as an all time? Because there was one guy, he did, and props to the guy. It was a 7.5 hour video. He ranked every single Mario level in every single 2D Mario game. So everything from the original Mario Brothers all the way up through Mario Wonder. 7.5 hours, I think it was. So it's a great concept, but surprise, surprise, the one that had the most high ranking levels was Mario Wonder, because it was the newest. So, I mean, I think if it's going to be interesting, if you and again, appreciate the effort. He had a great sense of humor, great presentation. I fell asleep to it. I woke up to it. I mean, I sleep for 7 hours, 7.5 hour videos. So yeah, it's a long. I appreciate the effort and work, but if you're gonna strip away the context, in other words, what was Mario Brothers 3 when it came out? Like, in the time that Mario Brothers came out, what else out there was there? What was the standard before Mario Brothers 3? I'm not saying this is the way it should be done, but I think it's the only way to make it interesting, because otherwise you just go, well, yeah, all the new games the levels are going to be better. They're more dynamic. They look better. They play better, because the other ones are very basic in comparison. You're never going to have an earlier level beat a modern level. I mean, you might have some if the modern levels really, really suck, but I think the only way, so it's like, okay, predictably, most of the new games were the ones that got the best rankings. Most of the old games got the lower rankings. And I would also argue that when you're talking with, I don't know how many games that was, 700 or something like that, you're going to lose at some point, kind of like, and he even said, kind of in the middle, you can only take it with a grain of salt. And again, don't fault the guy for his opinion, but I think games need to be looked at in the context, which is, I'm not going to say it's impossible to do, but I think it's very difficult to do, especially if you didn't live during that time. And if you did, you're probably skewed in the other direction. You're like, Mario 3 was so revolutionary, nothing can ever compare to it. And you're like, well, that's not really true either. But because then you don't want to say, well, every level in Mario 3 is amazing, because, so yeah, I mean, I guess it's not fair either which way you slice it, but it just seems wrong to be like, now if his list had been like, okay, Super Mario Wonder has, and that's the other thing, Mario Wonder, of all the games, that is the weakest sauce game. Like, I was rooting for it. I was psyched for it. I was bored with it. It's so freaking easy for the most part. It's cool. It's colorful. It's got cool visuals and cool things. And the art looks great. The frames look great. The way they have Mario jumping, it all looks great. But as an actual game, like the level construction, I'm like, it's fine. But if there was at least a mix, either which way you do it, if you say, okay, this level for Mario 3, like, not all of them are bangers, but these 10 should be in the top 50, because if you look at what they did at the time, but I don't know. It's weird. I rank games by how much fun I have with them. Oh, there you go, Jahai. There you go. But how do you do that, Jahai? Because, like, how would you, I mean, I don't disagree. I think that's probably that's honestly what it comes down to for most people. And I know for this guy, it was the same thing. It's the levels he enjoyed playing the most. But you can play a level of Mario Brothers and enjoy it, but it may be a little bit shorter. But maybe it doesn't have an element in there that you don't like from the newer one. Like, I think it's very difficult. And I'm not saying, like I said, there's nothing wrong with trying to do this. I think it's just very hard. If you have well-designed levels, you're going to enjoy them probably about the same. Like, there's not going to be one that's like, well, this one excited me sexually. Like, I mean, I guess you could in theory if you're into mushrooms or whatever, but like, there's not going to be a game that like, oh my gosh, this was so amazing. Like, it's just going to be like, oh, that was cool. Okay, that was cool. That was not so great. But I just don't know that there's, how do you make a distinction when you're playing a game? And I guess, yeah, but yeah. I mean, ultimately, no matter what, it's all going to be subjective. Now, I do think, because some of the ones he didn't like, like there were ones he didn't like from modern games. There was ones he didn't like from Mario 3. In fact, Mario 3 had a lot that he didn't like. And I don't agree with all of them, but I do agree with some of them. But here's the thing. Okay, that's a frustrating one. But then you have milquetoast levels that are just like, okay, it was there. I did the things. Little turtles, whatever. It was a big nothing. I don't know, but I guess that would still be better than frustration. I don't know. Did you just trash Mario 3 canceled? I didn't. This guy did. The guy who did the... You know what? Let me pull it up. And again, now I'm not, like I said, I'm not calling this guy out at all. I think he's a cool dude. I ranked all Mario 2D games. Just so you can take a look for yourself. Where is it? There you go. So a little shout out. Odyssey Central put in the time with this thing.
Experience where you get great food, get to hang with the players. So I go up to the...
Go away, Ben Stiller. Look at that. 7 hours and 19 minutes. 1.1 million views. So he got, I would say, I mean, now granted, there's plenty of videos out there that have a lot less work, that have a lot more views. But for a 7-hour video to have 1.1 million views, did something right. 10 months ago. So not even that long ago. So check it out if you want to. Again, I think, he does make, so each of these games are filled to the brim with creative levels. In total, there are 704 main stages across all these levels. But with so many levels, some are bound to be worse than others. So join me as I rank all these. So again, he's very respectful of everything. Let's see. In Mario Brothers 2, 5.5 at 146 is insane. What a ridiculous placement. Everyone knows it's top 145. But like, he did not like Mario 2. And like I said, Mario 3, I think had, let's see, not to spoil spoilers. If you don't want to see it, don't look. But at the very end, he does a wrap up. And that's kind of what I wanted to show here.
The other retro games. Well, I guess the new Super games are retro now too. First new Super Mario Bros. Instead of score low.
So here goes with the rankings. The lower number is the better one. The higher level, it just means there were more.
Is Super Mario Bros. Wonder with the score of.
And yeah, Wonder of course was the lowest.
Here's the.
There we go.
This average score. The average doesn't account.
Come on, sorry.
Thank you all.
Where is the list?
I'm sorry this has to come out so much later. The longest video, I'll probably.
Oh, are we not getting the list? Oh, no, there we go. No, dang it. Okay, well, okay, no spoilers then. But he actually broke it down at like, had the game ranking. Maybe that was earlier. Before that. I could have sworn there was a screen with everything on there. But yeah, so his worst. Okay, well, never mind. It's fine. You have to look for yourself. But Mario 3 was near the bottom of the list. He had like 10 levels or something that were in the top or in the bottom, whatever, like in the 700s or whatever. But again, I mean, he's a younger fella. Like he's used to playing, these games, and so it's fine. It was just a little like, again, I thought it was fun, fine, good, but there was a part of me going, well, okay, well, I wish it had been a little less predictable in terms of the older games aren't as good as the new ones. You got to check out this emulator on Steam. It converts NES games to 3D. Oh, I haven't seen the emulator, but let's see. I've seen people. Why? No, you dummy, you big dummy. Steam to 3D provides fully automated. So wait, like strap on a headset 3D? Is this it? Stream 3D? Seems like a pretty decent price for it, but I don't have any way to do 3D. Screenshots. Okay. This must not be it. This looks too corporate, too officey. No, not VR. It's just Ghetto 3D. I don't think it's going to work if I put Ghetto 3D in there. Let's see. Store. Mocap to 2D, Dragon Quest, Three Kingdoms, Baldur's Gate, Guilty Gear. Big surprise! I can't find the game that I want to find in this crappy store. Steam, I do not like their search. Every time I search, like, what was the game we were trying to play? I was like, it doesn't show up for me on here. Like, I had to look under some ridiculous thing, or no, I had to follow a link from like another website to get to the game on there because it wasn't showing it. I do have Hollow Knight coming. Physical copy, of course. I'm curious about that. I heard good things about it. It's good to see you have a frame rate above 15 FPS. Yeah, Lagmeister, that is so the camera was I was running USB because that was the default, like what you in theory, it's the easiest way to do it. I got very lucky that I had a capture card from like when I first started trying to stream, and it was a lower end version. It was like a $60 capture card. Because you need, instead of going USB out from the camera to the computer, which was giving me that very inconsistent, sometimes it'd be great, sometimes it'd look like this, and then sometimes it would be all blah, 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 and jerky and whatever. So you go mini HDMI out into the capture card, into HDMI, back into the, it's a little bit of a convoluted mess, but if you don't have that capture card, you can't do it. So I didn't even bother with it, didn't even think about it until I was like, wait, I don't even play the Xbox anymore. I don't need the specific capture card for that. So let me see if this works. And yeah, using HDMI runs like a champ. So it doesn't have the video quality that I want, but it's not bad. And I think part of that is just, I still can't figure out how to get the stream quality that I want. I am curious to see how big the file is because I upgraded the settings, like the bit rate, and there's like 2 or 3 other settings that you can ramp up in terms of like the quality. Because I watched our Borderlands stream, and mine looks like crap. It looks like absolute crap. I think YouTube might smooth it out a little bit, but both my video was horrible, and then the gameplay was kind of fuzzy, artifacty. So I'm trying to find the optimal setting to get the best look, because then I can always handbrake it down to a manageable size, but I want it to look good when it's captured. But we'll see. But no, I'm not trashing Mario 3, Lagmeister. J Money is biased against good games and consoles. No. I have a very objective, reasonable, and defensible position on console generations. And I'm as objective as I can be on certain games. Like I said, It is hard when you see the new games, the new shinies. They look really good. They have a lot more to the levels. Like, I mean, to his credit, one of the arguments that he makes is the newer Mario's, especially I think it starts with Mario U or Mario Wii. You have the regular level, and then you have 3 gold coins, which are difficult to get. So you can beat the level without having to be a masterful gamer. But if you want to get those 3 star coins, you've got to be a little bit better. To be fair, Mario World did that with the Yoshi coins. Now, I don't think they were quite as hard to get to, but it was the same principle. There were 5 of them. So if you want to get that one up, you've got to be able to get to all 5 coins, and some of them were pretty hard to get to. I mean, Donkey Kong, well, that's a different franchise, but so I'm like, okay, there's a little more replay value. There's built-in adjustment for difficulty, whereas like Lost Levels were just mean hard. Like, we hate gamers and we want you to die. So here, play Mario All-Star or Mario Lost Levels. So that I don't mind being rated lower. And I mean, there was a comment on that one video where somebody's like, oh, I'm just so glad that, why is that screen so small? You know, I'm just so glad that you didn't put World 1-1 as the best, you know, as the best level. And I'm like, well, I mean, it's a solid level. I remember dying on it quite a few times. A lot of people did when they first learned to play it. There was that one drop. Not a big deal now, but you know, back then, if you're a kid, 5, 8 years old playing Mario 1, but that's a problem. None of these people are playing the original Mario games when they were out. Like, when Mario came out, there weren't a crap ton of adults playing it. It was pitched as an entertainment center for children. And so, you know, the huge base of Nintendo fans are people my age who grew up with it. If you're an 8-year-old playing, you know, 5-year-old, 6-year-old playing Mario 1, it's plenty challenging. You don't need the coins and everything. The first level was definitely challenging enough. But if you're going to play it as a teenager and you've been playing all these other games, it's going to seem very mediocre and very blasé. That's why I'm saying it's hard to. But as long as you qualify, which, I mean, so Jahai, you said it up front. Hey, I'm just basing it on my enjoyment. Same thing. I think that streamer or that YouTube channel, he said it's based on my enjoyment of the levels. And you can't argue with that. That's totally, I respect that opinion. But I think it does do a disservice because you're like, it's like when people try to compare athletes from different eras. And it's like, well, quarterbacks didn't have the ridiculous protection they have now, like in terms of the rules. So they could stay in the pocket longer. They didn't have to worry about, or they couldn't stay in the pocket as long. They had to get rid of the ball faster because they were going to get smashed and there was nothing you could do to stop it. Joe Montana wasn't a rushing quarterback and he has so many freaking injuries. His entire body is essentially, you know, has been broken time and time again. That's just getting nailed time and time and time again. A lot of them late hits, a lot of them hits that you wouldn't like. The guy wasn't running over the middle and dashing for first downs. He did it on occasion, but he was a run out of bounds quarterback. So you look at the quarterbacks now and go, okay, well, you can't compare them because if they had to play in those conditions, their numbers probably wouldn't be impressive either, nor would they have as long as careers as they do. Like Tom Brady lasted forever, but if he was getting drilled the way the quarterbacks were in the 80s and 90s, career might not have lasted as long. So I need to play the Lost Levels. Oof. It looks good right now. The thing on Steam is called 3D Sen. Interesting. 3D Sen. LGP? Oh, there you go. Probably. Oh, is that Jackal? That's Jackal. That's not Jackal. I don't know what that is. Wait, why is it starting at the very end? Oh, nice. Oh my gosh. Ninja Gaiden. I think that's Dragon Quest. Oh no, that's Final Fantasy. Never mind. More Ninja Gaiden. That's, wow. That's pretty cool. I don't remember which one that. Galaga or Gradius, maybe? Oh, Master Blaster or Blaster Master. I still need to play that game. Yep, and then there's Jackal. I don't know what that. I've never seen that game in my life. Looks interesting, pretty quick. Some Bubble Bobble or some stupid thing like that. Big googly eyes. It's not a game my sister would play. The heck is that? Oh, Batman. Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Big fan. Not of the game, but there's a big fan. It's okay. Castlevania. I'm not trying to impress anybody with my ability to recognize very obvious games, but it's just kind of cool. These look like, some of them look like they'd be difficult. Now that looks like the least. I mean, you can see it when you move that it's got 3D, but it really don't see much of a difference. Whereas something like that, holy cow. But some of these I think would be really difficult to play like that. I mean, granted, you're not having to move laterally or, this way. That's still a good concept. I mean, that's a lot of freaking work. It looks like. I mean, I don't know. Is that real 3D or is that just rendered out kind of like Donkey Kong kind of thing? I guess it is because you can spin the world around. I can appreciate the old stuff. A lot of it was the best I had at the time. I don't mind the blocky, pixelated stuff. I think it's a great concept. Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, like I remember as a kid being like, oh, wouldn't it be so cool if you could see what like Mario looks like what it looks like on the sides and, what it looks like from the other side. Like I remember as kids, we thought of it. Now, I wouldn't mind it being like a 3-dimensional object versus 3-dimensional sprite. But then you'd lose a lot of the flavor of the game. It would look very, very different. I mean, it's kind of cool that you can rotate it around like that. I'm guessing you can do that live. Like just, you can play the game and just use the analog stick to just pivot around so you can see different angles. But yeah, I mean, that is pretty darn cool. I don't know if it would be feel gimmicky after a little while and you just be like, okay, I'm ready to go back to the normal stuff. Or if it would be like just, it would never get old. You're just like, I just want to keep looking at the 3-dimensional objects. But it is kind of cool. It does make it feel more fleshed out. I'm tempted to buy it. How much is it? Well, how does it work? Let's see. Oh, damn. $15? Pfft. But like, how many games do you get? I mean, how does that work? Does it take ROMs that you have on the computer and convert them there? Or do you get, or is it's just kind of like its own, it's like an emulator. I think you even said that it's an emulator. I have no idea how it works. Well, that might be important to figure out, Lagmeister. Like only runs on Macintosh. No. Okay. A passion project that reimagines classic NES games by turning them into fully playable 3D voxel dioramas. It's not just about nostalgia. It's about seeing these beloved games in old new light. Whether you're jumping back into old favorites or discovering hidden gems for the first time, 3D Sen offers a fresh way to experience retro magic across every genre: platforms, RPGs, shooters, beat-em-ups, puzzlers, and more for the best system ever. If you want to play in both VR and PC modes, check out blah, blah, blah. Okay. 1,000 supported titles and growing. Hand-tuned support for both iconic classics and modern homebrew. Includes, but isn't limited, Super Mario. Okay. Quick save load, save anywhere, anytime. No need to wait for the checkpoint. Fix that mix. Roll back and fast forward. Fix that missed jumper box. Okay, these are all kind of standard on. So I guess it is. I don't know how they get away with it. Oh, hey, it runs on Macs too. So they're good people. They're good people. They're open-minded. I still don't know how it works. Doesn't really tell you. But I mean, it does look cool. I just don't know if you have to buy. I mean, it seems like it's all free. Like I don't think they could make money off of it. Well, I guess they can. They can make money off the platform. They can't. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you just get all the games that they offer that are out. I don't know much about it. I thought you did some research. Wait, I'm drunk. You're drunk. We're all drunk. It's fine. We're doing things. Notice they didn't do a 3D version of PlayStation games because they know it'd be stupid and nobody would want to play them. But hey, if nothing else, it's a cool concept. But there you go. If you want to give that a try, $15 and you kind of spin the wheel. I mean, obviously it's playable. It's viable. It's gotten good reviews. Has it gotten good reviews? Very positive. Maybe they'll say something. Excited for the 1.0, but even before that, I have loved this unique twist in emulation. What's undersold is the making games 3D can allow for different ways of tilting the game field or even zooming in. They do show that in the trailer. That really does change how it plays. For example, I zoomed in on Super Mario 3, so it felt a little more like I was playing widescreen. Tilting the screen in Jackal made it feel more like behind-the-shoulder gameplay than top-down. It's cool. And that is nifty. It's a really cute gimmick, but with very scattershot support for games. If you're interested, I would really encourage first checking it if it supports enough games that you like to re-experience with a little novelty factor added. A list is available here. As intriguing as the 3D filter is as a technical achievement, as an emulator, 3D Sen is pretty feature poor, has a very amateurish UI. Well, we're not here for the UI. I mean, look, it's good. I appreciate. Look, he's being fair. I respect where he's coming from, but like, what are you looking for? Like, I like. Ideally, it would be push this into my Nintendo and push power and play it. I don't need a user interface. I don't need whatever. Just let me play the game. Now, obviously, if you want to tilt the screen and all that kind of stuff, you got to use a different controller because you're using the D-pad and the buttons to move. But so I'm not looking for features in something like this. Hey, my character's made of slightly washed out and worse looking voxels instead of pixels. It's going to reignite a big swell of soaring nostalgia in most players. I think it's neat someone did this, and I don't mind supporting it, but the appeal's probably going to be short-lived for most people. Now, to be fair, that's what I speculated. I wondered if you're going to play him, you're going to look at it and be like, oh, this is really cool, but are you going to really want to beat Ninja Gaiden that way? Are you going to really want to go through all the difficulty stuff like that? I think it's going to be like he said. I mean, I could see that. It's a visual treat. It's going to be fun. Maybe games that you're really, really good at that you can play with your eyes blindfolded. Maybe those games you'll try it in 3D for an extra challenge, but I would not be trying to play Battletoads on this. I'm not going to try to play, well, Zelda might be kind of fun, but no, because I don't know. It's just something different than the same old. Yeah, no, exactly. Like when I try it, yeah, exactly. But I just can't recommend it for purchase as a long haul way to enjoy NES emulation, though it could be. So, I mean, to be fair, now here's the thing. He's giving it a bum recommendation, which I don't necessarily think is fair, but by the criteria that he states on it, he's looking at it as an emulator, not as just a thing, which sounds stupid to say, but he's saying if you're looking for an emulator, there's better ones out there. Like if you're just looking to play the game, bare bones play the game, it's not all that great. So, I mean, by that criteria, it sounds like he's made it not recommending it as fair, because if you're just looking for to play the game, there's better ways to do it. But, you know, and he's arguing that the novelty may not really give it a lot of longevity, which again, I can understand that as well. Zelda looked pretty cool. I see someone playing it yesterday. Yeah, that would be a little bit trippy though, because you're not just moving in two-dimensional space. But I think I saw that as well. Not the biggest fan of NES games as they're too limited, but I love how this is playing with the Shadow Box. I hope the studio makes Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, or DOS 3D Sen. See, there you go. He's saying it's not my cup of tea because NES is basic, and he's not wrong. Look, say what you will about it, but I mean, it was, these were, what was it, 40 megabyte cartridges? 40 megabytes. 40. Like, they didn't even make thumb drives that small. I don't think. Maybe at one point they made 15 megabytes. I don't think so. I think they were like 120 megabytes. 40 megabytes. Or less. No, 40 bytes maybe. I think it might have been 40. No, I couldn't have been that small. Size of original Nintendo games on... Yeah. 64 kilobytes and 1 megabyte. Small as 16 kilobytes. Kirby's Adventure was one of the largest at 700. So not even a megabyte. I stand corrected. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly, Lagmeister. Look at that. 64 kilobytes. My gosh. So yeah, the game's going to be basic in comparison because that was what technology could give you. But that's why I think Mario 3 is so high on the list, because had about the same story. I mean, I'm sure it took up more storage space than Mario 1, but it's on the same system. It's what? Came out in 91, I believe, here in the States. So 5 years. I mean, yeah, that's kind of a long time, I guess, to a degree for gaming, because we know how fast computers change. But I mean, just how much bigger and more involved and graphically advanced it is compared to 1. It really felt like it was pushing the upper end of the console. Like, I think even Mario World was originally, the first version of it was just a slightly better looking Mario 3. But yeah, it's what they were able to do with what they had. And so I guess that's where it, I mean, ultimately, I still think it's fair to say what games you enjoy the most. But if you look at what do they call it? They were able to do less with more with less. So you look at what the systems are capable of now, and you go, okay, it's okay, but at the same time, it's a 2D Mario side scroller. Like, you're not going to be able to do, but something like, I feel like Wonder for whatever else it has, it's maxing out what you can do with a 2D game and still have it be a 2D game and not something really ridiculous and outrageous. So there's only going to be so much you can do no matter how much graphic power you have. If it's a 2D side scroller, you know, you're not going to reinvent the genre. There's only so much you can pack in. But yeah, you're right. And it's $15. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Lagmeister, I mean, most emulators are free, right? Like I don't even remember what the Nintendo emulator is called, but you can download it for free. So I guess, you know, he's probably a younger guy, doesn't know what it's like to spend $150 on a Nintendo and then $50 or $70 on a game. Dude complaining probably thought it would be turned into SMB into Skyrim. That is the only, I guess that would be a caveat, Lagmeister. That's a fair thing. What did you expect? You know, when you hear it makes it a 3D game, when you bought it, and he said, I don't mind, and I mean, he mentioned, like, I don't mind supporting it, I think is what he said. I find it cool and respect what the developers pulled off, but I can't recommend it for purchase as a long haul way. Yeah, and I don't mind supporting it. So it sounds like he bought it probably knowing what it was. Had to have some idea. I mean, he probably saw the screenshots. But so that's fair. Like, I bought it to support it. I like what they did. I think they did a great job for what it was. But, you know, but he's saying I can't, it's not a question of do you think it's good or not. It's would you recommend it? And it's like, if you're looking for an emulator, but this isn't pitched as a straight up emulator. Well, yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I mean, I feel like you're really giving this guy a hard time, Lagmeister. I feel like you got it out for Mr. Bear B. I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, 2 people gave him a squirt gun. That's pretty cool. But I mean, he doesn't just say not recommended as an emulator. It's bare bones and was done with it. He explains himself, and he gives you a list of what games there are. And he gives it its fair due. He says what's good about it, what he likes about it. But again, I don't think he's wrong. I don't think if you're going, I want to emulate this game long term, I don't think this is the way to do it. Maybe he could, but yeah, I mean, all I'm going to say is he qualifies it. He qualifies what he was looking for, what he was expecting, and whether or not that was reasonable to expect based on what it's offering, that's a question. But he's saying as a straight up emulator, can't recommend it. But it's kind of a cool thing that they did. If I spent $15 at McDonald's and it's bad, I'm not leaving them a bad review. Wait, what? If I spent $15 at McDonald's and it's bad, I'm not leaving them a bad review. Why not? Thumbs down says a lot to me. But that's why, like, you got to read. You got to read, man. What did you say you're not a reader? Because I'm not a Karen. Well, there's a difference between saying, oh my gosh, this is like the worst and blah, blah, blah. It's another thing saying, I got food poisoning at this particular one, or I don't know. Like, so wait, so hang on, like, let me see if I understand you correctly. If you spend money on something, you're not going to leave a bad review for it? Like, are there exceptions? If you buy something and it's not good, you just don't leave a review? Oh, but wait a minute, but food poisoning, that's a localized thing. It could have been a bad batch, and really you don't know for a fact that it came from the McDonald's. Now, I can say my first bout of food poisoning, the only thing I ate that day, because I had a big old McDonald's lunch, was McDonald's. But I don't know if it was McDonald's. I don't know if the guy who was carrying it spit in it or something, because that can give you food poisoning. But you know, I mean, I'm not blasting you for that, but like, I don't know. Yeah. In fact, the only time I'm going to complain is if I spent money on something. Now, to be fair, I don't really think I've ever left a bad review for anything. Yeah. But to me, it's almost the game didn't almost get him. You don't know that, Lagmeister. His poor heart, he could have had his heart set on this incredible 3D emulator game. And he played this and he's like, oh my gosh. And they had to rush him to the hospital. They had to put stents in his heart because it was just so clogged with disappointment. You don't know. You don't know what he's been through. You don't know the trouble he's seen. No, you don't know his sorrow. I mean, the thumbs down looks ugly, but that's why I appreciate the context that he gives. And so to me, this review is helpful. That's what I'm going to say. It's helpful. If you just say, like, here, not the biggest fan of the NES games as they're too limited, but I love how this is like playing with Shadow Box. Right. Okay. Been using and enjoying it. Had a bit of trouble initially because I was using headerless ROMs. So just make sure you're using headered ROMs. I don't even know what that's a great one. Hey, look out. So whatever, I don't know anything about ROMs because I don't use them. But there you go, Lagmeister. You probably know the difference. So just make sure you're using headered ROMs. It's a great way to see your classic games differently. In some games, they feel completely new. So again, a lot of these good reviews, it's fine. They're a great start. Looking forward to even more games. Cheers. Impressive media. Like, they're all giving good thumbs up. But his is the longest review, and it's not ragging on it the whole time. Now, if this was just this game, this sucks, and you know it's outdated hardware, why did they even bother? He gives it compliments. He just said, I can't recommend it for purchase as a long haul way to enjoy NES emulation. Though it could still be worth a buy if you're just interested in supporting this kind of development, which he is because he paid for it. So when I see negative, especially if overall the game is getting praised, I will seek out negative reviews like that one and see if they've got any teeth. And so I'd read that and go, either I'd look at it and go, oh yeah, no, would I really want to play that game like that? Yeah, maybe not. Might be kind of fun initially, but maybe not. Like, it would make me second guess it. But then again, he's saying all these nice things about it. I'd be like, okay, yeah, so it's pretty good. It's well done for what it is, but it's just not going to be a game. That's fine. Like, me and you, when we saw what it was, like, I'm not looking for the best emulator. But then you see down here, okay, you kind of have to, it's not a standalone. You got to have headerless or headered ROMs. I would never say I support this, then leave a negative review. You have no idea what a headered ROM is? Never heard of it? Oh, damn. I left a bad review for Halo, but it wasn't the game's fault. I know that doesn't help my case. No, it doesn't. Because you paid for it. And then you left a bad review. But I appreciate your honesty, Lagmeister. Why'd you leave a bad review for Halo? I mean, the game sucks. I find it completely unplayable. The whole series is pretty much garbage. But I'm just curious why you did, because you typically have bad taste in games. So I would expect you to love Halo. Love it to death. This is the coolest game ever. The music. Oh, it's so epic. Oh, the music. I do the same thing, J Money. Yeah, and that's what I mean. So it gives you context. So, and to me, it's still helpful. Maybe that's the distinction. You're saying you would never do that. Like, I would never say support something, but I think I would look at, let's see. No Skin merits a conditional recommendation. See, I mean, this guy sounds like he's a very prim and proper guy. So No Skin merits a conditional recommendation for me. As a game, it it's repetitive and not tremendously deep. While a few additional character options do fluff out the variety a bit, flesh out, I think would be the better word there, but whatever. The basic mechanics don't expand much from where you start the game. For the most part, it's centered on repeating the same core gameplay loop, but gradually sussing out secrets by blah, blah, blah. I did find that aspect somewhat fun, though, and the surreal, ominous atmosphere is a lot of fun. There's not a lot on offer from a story perspective, though. Cryptic hints abound, but don't lead to much of anywhere conclusive. Characters are introduced. Okay, so he says it's a conditional recommend, but right now, this does not sound like a very good thing. It doesn't feel like there's a thread you can follow. Conditionally, if you're not looking for an oceanically deep experience, I've never heard that phrasing before, but okay, and you really like nightmarish nonsense, I think I'd recommend it. But if you're not here for the atmosphere, there's not a ton. So that's interesting. I will side with you a little bit, Lagmeister. He recommended something. I think he could have conditionally recommended look, I'm not picking on the guy. He seems like a cool dude. We'd probably be friends. But it's kind of a two. It's. I think he could have given a conditional recommendation to the emulator, just like he did there, because he said there was a lot more negative in this review than positive, but he still recommended it. But then when he recommends it, doesn't sound really good. It's like if you're looking for a shallow game and nightmarish nonsense, I'd recommend it. Who's looking for shallow, nightmarish nonsense? Now, granted, I mean, the answer is Resident Evil fans. Just shallow, mindless zombies, blah, 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 whatever. So yeah, I guess Resident Evil fans would like this, but like he doesn't even frame it in a way that, whereas in the other one, he was very favorable and said, hey, if you like the nostalgia, if you like this idea, this concept, go for it. Just my conditional recommended, if you're looking for a pure emulator to play long term, there's better options out there and honestly freer. So I do agree with you there. I bought Halo multiple times. I love the game. Well, there you go. That's on brand. It's a crappy game and you like it. That's Lagmeister to a T. Microsoft locked me out of my account and I had the right password. I was angry. That's worse than a Karen. Okay, no, maybe not worse. That's on par with a Karen, Lagmeister. My gosh. Not even complaining because of the product. At least Karens complain because about the product, this about the product or whatever. You're just in a bad mood, so you left it a crappy review. You have to sign in your Microsoft account to even play the game. All right, well, that's a legitimate complaint. I think that's crap. I'm not a big fan of I'm not a fan of anything that you have to log into. I was pleasantly surprised. I was going through my Switch collection and putting games in to make sure they're all updated before I copy all the updates to an SD card. And I was very pleased to note that a good many of them, like, and a lot of the games that I'm buying now, like from third-party developers or whatever, the indie developers, they just fire right up. The game is on the cartridge. There's no updates. There's no nothing. Like, they're not all that way. There's probably some that would at least benefit tremendously from some kind of update. But worst case scenario, I would say the vast majority of the games can just be played right off the cart, even if they're not in their most optimized form. So it really is truly the last generation of consoles that allow you to own the game if you own the physical media. Whereas my understanding is like PS5 and Xbox, whatever it is, Xbox box, most of those are the game's not even on the damn disc. It's not even a core download that needs additions. It's just a piece of crap. Done with work, you're still streaming? I am, Dan. I usually go till 7. So I got another 9 minutes. Just shooting the breeze with Lagmeister here. But I am getting very hungry and I'm about to dip out, try to eat before my fasting window runs out. I got a half hour after I'm done. But at least you got to eat the burger before you get food poisoning. I didn't get to eat my poison burger at all. It's very true, Lagmeister. It's very true. But I think the review is a little more like the odds of people getting food poisoning from McDonald's are far less than people going, is this McDonald's still making good burgers? Like if you get on there and say the patty is about half the size of a normal patty, they got the condiments wrong. I asked for no ketchup. They gave me ketchup. My fries were cold when I got them, and it was right out of the drive-through window. Not a great McDonald's. You know, I've had good McDonald's lately, but not from this place. I don't recommend it. Now, obviously, the burger size, that's going to be anywhere. So if you complain about the burger size or how it tastes, chances are you're not going to like anywhere because they're all franchisees. They're all taking the same stuff from the main corporate. But you know, if you're going to rate the branch, I mean, I would never. If you live, I can't even remember the zip code, but if you live in kind of the outskirts of Indianapolis and you have to order a Pizza Hut pizza, do not order it from Pizza Hut because the service is absolutely. The 3 times I got it, the pizza was late. One was undercooked, one was overcooked. It's not a well-run branch. Doesn't mean all Pizza Huts are that bad. The Pizza Hut that I ordered from here was pretty good. Kind of on par with what I like, but I think it's fair to leave. I spent the money there, but I can still say not a great buying experience. Wouldn't recommend it. Here's what I went through. Ignore this at your own peril. But yeah, I wonder how many other thumbs down this guy gives. I'm curious. I mean, they're very thorough, all of them. Okay, I'm not seeing another thumbs down. Oh, there you go. Nope, that's the 3D send. This turd muffin, that's the only thumbs down he's ever given in his entire life. Oh, no, there we go. It's all right, I suppose. The beat 'em up mini game is pretty threadbare, although it does add yet another trophy to Dave the Diver's shelf of spontaneous genre shifts. There's also a single song karaoke rhythm mini game that's kind of cute, but only that. I never felt driven to replay either. Otherwise, you get 0 hours on record. I wonder how that works. Maybe he got a refund? Otherwise, you get a few Yakuza-like dragon characters, blah, blah, blah. It could be worth, let's see. If you're a big enough fan of the Yakuza series that a few shallow and inexplicable cameos really light your world on fire, and or a big enough Dave the Diver fan that you're hungry for any new content at all, it could be worth it, but I feel a little dirty somehow for having supported the practice of restricting this DLC to a limited purchase time frame. This started out intended to be a recommendation, and I ended up talking myself out of it as I wrote. I guess to circle back to the positive, it's not terribly expensive. Now, see, I feel like that's a... Yeah, I don't know. I think he could have given... Maybe he just wasn't in a great mood or something. But he really doesn't give out many bad reviews. I don't think that one was worth it. Little hope. You might start this up and find the storyline more interesting than the previous installment. Okay, it starts off with a positive. There's certainly more... Now, to be fair, I trust the reviews of somebody who lists the positives as well as the negatives. If all you have to say is bad things, there's usually something good about the game. Unless it's like Dragon Age Veilguard, in which case the dialogue's horrible, the character designs are horrible, the interactions are horrible, the story is horrible. I don't know, maybe the gameplay is good. I mean, that's what people say about Borderlands 3. Like, the gameplay is good, the gunplay is great, the story and the characters suck and are unbearable. I have to mute the game anytime there's a cutscene because it's just a slog to get through. But the gunplay is great. So, I mean, I guess it's fair. Everything has its silver lining. But so I appreciate that. I appreciate that he's trying to highlight the goods. You might even get interested in where it's going and what's behind the events. You might think, this seems like it's going somewhere interesting. Don't hold on to that hope. Much like Man of Medan, Little Hope, which is the other one that's given a bad review, is serviceable as a cooperative bit of fun, but that really speaks more to the quality of your friends than the design of the game. If you can't get it for yourself and a friend at a reasonable price, it makes for an enjoyable... Or if you can get it for your friends, it makes it a B-movie night experience. Average player is less likely. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's, you know, the negative reviews are so far are... They definitely skew more negative. The current early access state is, by all indications, the only access to this we're ever going to get. The player base and developers appear to have mutually given up on it. Well, there you go. That's a good reason to not recommend it. Done with... Oh, let's see. I got fried chicken liver and brown... Dano, where are you getting fried chicken liver? You're not getting that at KFC. Where are you getting fried liver, chicken liver from? And chicken. Oh, well, you're in Kentucky. You're down there in up there in Kentucky. Y'all love your fried chicken out there in Kentucky. You have all kinds of fried stuff out there. Kentucky way, you got your fried liver, your fried chitlins, your fried spleens. McDonald's had E. coli in the lettuce not that long ago. I think I heard about that. Although if it's the one I'm thinking of, it was several years ago. But I do remember it. But hey, I said I got food poisoning from it. I don't know how, because they don't even put a respectable amount of E. coli isn't just on veggies, is it? I don't remember. But I do remember that. I don't know if you're referring to the same one or if there was a more recent one that I don't know about and therefore was victimized by it. But yeah. McDonald's had, man, the Pizza Hut here is perfect every time. Well, that's good. There's a silver lining, Lagmash. You may live in the middle of a desert. You may be surrounded by druggies and dangerous people trying to steal your house out from under you. But damn it if you don't have a good Pizza Hut in the vicinity. Haven't had Pizza Hut since high school. Damn, Dano. I mean, I will say the Pizza Hut in my day was an experience. Nothing close to that now. But man, you used to walk in there, you could smell the pizza. It was such a wonderful, potent aroma. You go in there, they always had like 3 or 4 arcades and a little vestibule there. You place your order, you're smelling the pizza the whole time, you're salivating. You sit down, they bring it out to you. It's in a cast iron skillet, cut right there by the person. They cut it right there with the little wheel of cutting. And yeah, it's sometimes it was up on a platform. You pull the thing off, the cheese just stretches out, and they gave you those nifty little red semi-transparent cups filled with all kinds of delicious liquids. It was an experience, man. Man, if you could go to a movie and then out to a Pizza Hut afterward, that was a night to remember. This would be a night to remember, but it's not like that anymore. Movies aren't an experience anymore. Pizza Hut's not an experience. I don't know if that's just because I'm an adult and everything gets smaller and less impressive as an adult, but I really think everything just kind of is not what it used to be. So I don't blame you for not being there, Dano, although, I mean, it's not a half bad pizza. Halo 2 was my fave. Oh, another Halo fan. Well, I don't know. I don't remember playing. I don't know if I played either of Halo 1 or 2. No, I played 1. I was like, this is balls, and I threw it away. It was a Master Chief collection. Anyway, maybe 2 is great. Fried pickles. Yeah, fried pickles. You know, why not fry something if you can fry it? And you can fry damn near anything. Fry your straws. Fry your cups. Oh, the restaurant you work. I didn't know you worked in the food service. Well, that works out really well. Nice. But is that like a, I mean, is that normal? Are there lots of restaurants that serve fried liver, chicken liver? Or that's a little more of a speciality? Halo is good, Jay Money's just a hater. I hate Halo. I don't know if that makes me a hater in general. I like Star Fox. You hate Star Fox. So I guess one hater to another, huh? I mean, that's a problem. People throw the word hater around. It's like everybody hates something. Everybody. And I don't mean literally like hatred for something, but everybody dislikes something immensely. So they're like, oh, you're just a hater. Well, you're a hater too. You just hate something else. And I think you're a lover. You just love this because you're a weirdo. Like Halo is objective. I think we've look, Halo was never a popular game. You know, it was only a small handful of people ever played Halo. It was a very niche game. You almost never heard of it, really. It was kind of like Minecraft, you know, just very obscure. Nobody really knows about it. Nobody really plays it. It's just kind of like maybe you got a little group of your friends. But over the years, it's grown. You know, this mystique around it. People are like, oh, I used to play it all the time. It's the greatest thing ever. It's like, dude, you never played Halo. Whatever. Yeah, it's making it's making me hungry too, honestly. Like I am little. My mom made what's called enchilada casserole. So it's pretty much like an enchilada, but in the form of a casserole with sour cream. Oh. And I'm thinking I'm gonna have me some of that for dinner. in about 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Just any minute now, I'm going to dive downstairs and grab some of that yummy goodness. But yeah, Kui, I mean, it's actually impressive that it took this long for us to have this food conversation. Usually people are throwing around this stuff. Lagmeister is perpetually ordering food and telling me about it, whether we're streaming or whether he's showing up here. He's like, oh man, I'm chowing down on some Taco Bell. It's delicious. And I have to just sit there and be hungry for 5 more hours until I can actually eat. Halo 1 was great too. You lie, Dano. It's a home style restaurant. Oh, that makes sense. Country as hell. I don't hate Star Fox. 64 is good and GameCube Star Fox is good. There was no GameCube. Star Fox Assault, really? You're going to go with Star Fox Assault over Super Nintendo? You got to try Taco Twist. Black bean enchiladas are amazing. I don't think there's black beans in this one, but I do like black beans in general. As far as beans go. You hate the original. So there's Star Fox 64, Star Fox Assault, and Star Fox. Crap, I'm forgetting the name now. I can't read it from here. Star Fox. Whatever. When you say Star Fox, there's only one game called Star Fox, and it is the OG Star Fox on the Super Nintendo. So you can't say, I like Star Fox, but not Star Fox. I like Star Fox 64. I like Star Fox Assault. Those are all copies. Those are all derivative of the OG masterpiece. 3-dimensional, immersive, with gorgeous music and gameplay. Star Fox. Adventures. Yep, there you go. But okay, so here's the thing, Lagmeister. I was giving you credit because Star Fox Assault is actually more or less a Star Fox game. You're actually flying. I haven't played a ton of it, but that's actually like kind of in the vein of Star Fox. Star Fox Adventures, which to be fair, I have played and I have beaten, wasn't even supposed to be a Star Fox game. That's why it's like, why are there a bunch of dinosaurs? What? It was supposed to be something else. It's you. I don't think you fly at all. If you do, it's very minimal. It's not a Star Fox game. Like it's not a shooter. It's an adventure game, and it's okay. I mean, I enjoyed it, but it's not Star Fox. They slapped the Star Fox label onto a game that was never meant to be Star Fox. But yeah, Adventures. That is the other one. So anyway, Taco Twist is a rotini mix with sour cream and cheese with taco meat, tomato sauce, and cheese on cheese. That does sound good. You're not getting that at Taco Bell, though, are you? Sounds like almost like Mexican meets Italian. Montebello. I think that's a nice word. I don't know. Anyway, gentlemen, I am my eyes are bleary and my stomach is growling with intense hunger and my butt hurts every time I shift my weight because I have an old butt and I've been sitting in a chair too long. So anyway, gentlemen, Dano, thank you for joining me. I'm glad you got off work. Hopefully you've got a weekend coming up. I don't know, in the restaurant business, weekends are rarely ever weekends. They're usually, just another day or a busier day. Lagmeister, hopefully you can develop some good taste in video games. Maybe play Star Fox, the real one. It was indeed fun arguing, Lagmeister. It was indeed. Thank you all for sticking with me, hanging out. And I'll see you all. Well, Lagmeister, I'll see you tomorrow night, I suppose, as we venture forth. And also, Lagmeister, if you're still there, look into farming for the fastball. It's a grenade. It's going to make the game a lot easier for you guys. You got to farm Bull. He's very easy. You go to Three Horns Divide. You go to the new U station. You follow it right around the corner. It takes about 20 seconds to get there. You get out. You waste the guy. He might drop a legendary grenade mod. It's gonna be great. Make the game a little better, a little more fun. If you want to do that before tomorrow's session. Otherwise, I'll see you then. But Kui, good night. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. Appreciate you. And farming for the fastball. All right. Frogless said I wasn't allowed to play Borderlands. Well, I mean, you don't want to start leveling your character up crazy, but I don't think farming Bull a few times is gonna is going to break it too bad. Like it's not like you're exploring more of the game. You're just because we've already faced him. I mean, I killed him, but we've already done that mission, so you just go back and play it again. But yeah, farming for the fastball. Look that up. It's got a decent drop rate, so it shouldn't take you too long. And like I said, you got to be more direct. You don't just throw it in the air and it does stuff. You got to throw it at the thing, but it's an instant kill on so many big bads. It's very rewarding. It's fun to play. So anyway, and there's Carlos. It's not cheating. Farming is not cheating. Spoiler alert, I'm going to have a fastball when I play tomorrow. I think I've got one at level 15. Yeah, I think because I farmed it early enough. There's no cheating. Wow. All right, me and Frogos will level up more than you and Vinny. Hey, look, if you want to go 1 or 2 levels up, that might make it more interesting for me. And Vincenzo, I think, might be able to handle a little unfairness. Like I said, I don't think you're gonna, because Bull is probably a level or 2 behind where we are, so I don't think you're gonna get a whole lot of XP from him. And he might actually kill you because I don't think you're leveled past him too much. So he might put up quite a bit of a fight. It's not gonna be a run over there, shoot him twice and he's dead. I think you're gonna have to actually put up a fight. So it's not gonna be easy. Vinny cheats and uses a keyboard. I mean, that's true. That's true. He is a keyboard jockey. Point and click adventure. Look at me using my mouse instead of aiming like a real man. But anyway, gentlemen, I will see you tomorrow. Dano, Kui, again, thanks for watching. I will talk to you all later. Farewell and good night.